It is 5 o'clock on the dot this Tuesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and we're in for a couple of summer-like days. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in southeast Tennessee, firefighters are babysitting hot spots after several buildings caught fire in downtown Deckard this morning, about 86 miles southeast of Nashville. Channel 4 says those fires shut down the town's main street. They may not be lifted anytime soon. Right now in Nashville, Metro Police are not disputing the authenticity of leaked documents purported to be part of the Covenant school shooters manifesto. Mayor Freddie O'Connell has ordered Metro Legal to investigate how these documents might have been released or leaked. And in the writings, the killer expresses a hatred for white people and an intent to kill children and detailed planning of the attack. A Covenant school parent and church leader, Brent Leatherwood, spoke on behalf of other parents at the school at Woodmont Baptist Church and blames a police officer for the leak.
You are a viper. You're a member of the law enforcement community. And you have released evidence that was gathered in our most vulnerable moment. You have now allowed this woman who terrorized our family with bullets to be able to now terrorize us with words from the grave.
Leatherwood says that he has been assured by Metro that this leaker will face felony charges. Police identified the Covenant school shooter as Audrey Hale, who reportedly identified as transgender. She killed 3 9-year-old children and 3 adults at the private Christian school and left behind at least 20 journals, a suicide note, and a memoir. And Leatherwood says the families will continue to fight in court to keep the rest of that material private forever. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks drifted to start the week. The Dow closed up 35 points. The Nasdaq rose 41, and the S&P added 8. This is a relatively quiet week when it comes to economic reports, and it's going to be a slower week for corporate profits. And analysts say because of that, we may not see the big swings in the market that we've seen lately. Trading of WeWork shares was halted as rumors continue to swirl that the office-sharing company, which was once valued as high as $47 billion, will seek bankruptcy protection. The Walt Disney Company's named 34-year PepsiCo veteran Hugh Johnston as its new chief financial officer. He'll report directly to CEO Bob Iger. Disney is the parent company of ABC News. AT&T is offering its management employees up to 15 days of caregiver leave per year. It allows them to care for ailing children or other relatives without eating into their vacation or personal sick days.
All right, Dow futures are down ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures off 90, S&P down 10, NASDAQ futures down 31. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Nashville's morning news with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
506, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, along with Johnny B, who's back today. Welcome back, Johnny. We've got Ken Weaver, WTN Newsroom, and all kinds of news to talk about today. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. You can also watch us on WTN TV. That is on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, 99.7, WTN.com, and, of course, YouTube as well. The leaked 3 pages of the manifesto. Now, this started right when I got off the air yesterday, and by now we don't need to, really talk much about what's in the leaked pages of the manifesto. We know what's in the leaked pages of the manifesto. It is horrible. And it's a lot of the same stuff that we see, quite frankly, in other manifestos. She spoke of her excitement for what she was about to do. She had all these plans on how exactly she was going to do it. She hated these kids for their skin color. She called them crackers. She wrote about their privilege as well. And that's only, by the way, part of her writing. A small part of her writing. Now, remember, there were only, 3 pages of this manifesto that was leaked by Steven Crowder. But you've got 20 journals. You've got 5 laptops. You've got a suicide note, among other things. She also had 7 cell phones. So we really don't know exactly what else, clearly, she has written. She used, by the way, homophobic slurs. She also indicated that she may have made some sort of a video as well. And so a lot of people are asking the question, what good is this release? This leak, if you will. Steven Crowder, by the way, and the reaction to these 3 pages being leaked, we're going to get into that. Steven Crowder, and if you're somebody who talked about this, who tweeted about this, you are being summarily attacked. And we're going to talk about that as well. But if you're a family member of one of those people killed or impacted by the horrible Covenant shootings, there's no good for this release at all. You probably hate that these things were released. Now, yesterday afternoon, as all of this was blowing up, a Covenant parent, Brent Leatherwood, Ken just played a little bit of his audio. I've got some more here. Brent Leatherwood, who is also part of the Southern Baptist Church and who apparently serves as a spokesperson for the parents, had this to say about all this.
Parents and families came together to prevent this exact moment from happening, to prevent the re-victimizing of our children and prevent further trauma to our families, because we knew that these writings, these thoughts from the shooter were heinous. Mm-hmm. We knew that they were evil.
Yes.
Just today, I've received numerous phone calls from fellow parents, upset and afraid to even look online at the images that are going all across social media.
And listen, it does give us an insight into her state of mind. Now, everybody knew that she was crazy. Everybody knew that she had some serious psychological problems. Anyone who does this clearly does have some form of psychosis. And it does give us an indication as to just how disconnected she was. Now, these documents, again, I'm going to say this, they seem to be no different than the other manifestos that I've seen that are out there. Rambling missives of insanity. Phil Williams tweeted a few things. I'm going to go through this a little bit. One of the things that he tweeted out was this: multiple sources have told me that the selective leak of these pages, the 3 pages of the manifesto, is extremely misleading. People who have read the whole thing say there's something in there for everybody and that she hated everybody. And so my response to that is that this is why we do need to see the whole thing. Because the accusation is that this is a very selective release. This is a very selective release and really what the person, Steven Crowder perhaps, what he was trying to show, or whoever originally leaked these 3 pages of the manifesto, was trying to make it look like this person had some sort of a white hatred because she went after these kids for their skin color, for their family's wealth, and called them crackers and talked about their white privilege. But according to Phil Williams, and again, this is why, and he agrees, by the way, this is why we do need to see the entire manifesto and the laptops and everything else that is associated with it. You know, we keep hearing that democracy dies in darkness, right? To me, it's almost a joke these days when we hear people say democracy dies in darkness. Well, in the case of the manifesto and the Covenant shooting, we are being kept in the dark. And again, Phil brings up a good point, which is why we do release these things. We need to see the entirety of the manifesto, the entirety of the evidence. So why not now release the whole thing? He also tweeted out, by the way, you can draw conclusions based on 3 selectively released pages. And why someone would only release 3 is, why would they do that? You can, draw your own conclusions. But those pages, he says, do not tell the whole story. While some want to believe these pages are evidence of an anti-white hate crime, where a white person shot a black man, he says, I am told the writings are filled with all sorts of hate directed at people of various identities. Again, that's the problem. I mean, I hate to say that this, proves that we're right, but we are right. When we are being kept in the dark, when other manifestos are, generally speaking, released pretty quickly, this one is being kept under wraps, and everybody wants to know why. Here's more from that Brent Leatherwood.
And lastly, I want to speak directly to the person who took these images and released them. You are a viper. You're a member of the law enforcement community, and you have released evidence that was gathered in our most vulnerable moment. You have now allowed this woman who terrorized our family with bullets to be able to now terrorize us with words from the grave. How could you? What kind of a person does this?
I think the kind of person that does this, and one thing that I would say to this guy, Brent Leatherwood, is the kind of person who understands that, democracy dies in darkness. And the public does have a right to know. And by the way, I would also mention to Mr. Leatherwood that the Tennessean and the Tennessee Star and many other entities have been calling for this manifesto to be released one way or another, through the legal channels. So I guess my question to Mr. Leatherwood would be, well, what about all of those other people? And there are millions of people across this country, and certainly here in Tennessee, who want to see the manifesto released because they believe and they understand that, yes, there is something we can learn from this. I do understand that this is very traumatic for the parents involved and for the Covenant community. I totally understand why this is very traumatic for them, but it doesn't change the reasoning behind wanting to see what is in the manifesto to prevent these kinds of things from happening again. There's a lot more audio I've got for you right now. They've got to check the roads at 5:15. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Take a Jack at 5:15. It is 59 degrees later on today. Going to have a high of 77 under partly cloudy skies. And I guess when we talk about what the Covenant parents are going through, you shouldn't be accused of, and I certainly have been, a lot of us have, you shouldn't be accused of wanting to traumatize the family, re-traumatize the family, or continue their trauma even further by calling for or discussing what was leaked yesterday. Because that is incredibly unfair. You can, number one, recognize that America and Tennesseans need to know what is in that manifesto, and certainly we need to know what is in the rest of the manifesto and the laptops, etc. We do need to know what is in those that material, and at the same time acknowledging that, yeah, this is going to be tough on the parents. But why do they want to keep this under wraps? I mean, that's certainly a legit question. Is it because she was transgender? Is it because she was anti-white? Is it because she was anti-Christian? Is it because she had something against the school or maybe someone at the school? We don't know. But now that some of this has been released, at least we have something to go on. Finally, Phil Williams again tweets this out. And by the way, I'm mentioning Phil. A lot of people don't like Phil. I do. I think he does incredible work. Finally, Phil Williams tweets this out. Instead, as I feared, in our current political environment, the lack of transparency has only fueled conspiracy theories, especially among those who desperately want to create their own narratives. Now, he continues on, that unfortunately is where we find ourselves today. Now, I will say this, with all due respect to Phil Williams, I don't know if I would call it a conspiracy theory to base some conclusions on some of this minimal information that we now have. When more information comes out, we can adjust those conclusions based on more evidence. But again, this is something that we, the American people, have a right to know. Steven Crowder, among other folks, but particularly Steven Crowder, who is the one that leaked these images, he is, as you can imagine, getting blasted. This is more from this Brent Leatherwood.
To the online shock jock who aired these images, I would challenge him and anyone who amplifies them online. Just be a human for once. Quit seeking clicks and retweets and platform building.
You know, one of the things I would ask is, you know, when the shooting happened in upper state New York, I think it was Buffalo. Remember that sicko went into a grocery store, killed all those black folks, and his manifesto was released almost immediately? Nobody cared about the families that were impacted at that point. And listen, I do understand that, I will say it again, that these families are going through really traumatic times. But that doesn't mean that we need to bury our heads in the sand and not pay attention to the writings of this person so that we can recognize, perhaps in other people that we may know, those same signs that person might be ready to crack. Metro, by the way, says that these are not crime scene photos, which means that someone may have taken a phone and simply snapped a few photos on their phone. This Brent Leatherwood says that the police and the TBI say whoever leaked these things, they're actually in big trouble.
I've had a number of conversations today with Metro Police, the TBI, others. Metro has assured me that this is a felony, that the person who did this will be brought to justice, they will be arrested, and that absolutely has to happen.
You know, my question would be, there are, you know, crimes and murders that happen in this city all the time. And again, I say this trying to tread delicately and sensitively, but I'm trying to be sensitive. But I guess my question is, you know, murders and crime happen all the time here in Nashville. Do the family members of those victims and people involved in all that, do they have perhaps the cell phone number of the police chief Drake? Are they able to get right into the TBI, for example? I understand that everyone is trying to be delicate, and I understand that everybody is trying to be sensitive here. But what about those of us that understand that the government should not be the only ones who see this or these documents and these laptops? Because if there's anything that we have found out over the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years, is that the government lies, the government has agenda, and you cannot trust the government. Friends, that's not a conspiracy theory, that's a fact. And that's a fact that we all need to contend with. That's a fact that we all need to deal with. And this is also, and I'm going to bring this up, and people can get mad all they want, but also remember that you also have some entities out there that will automatically start going after, as they have, the Second Amendment. So that is also part of the conversation that we have had in this country and in this state, of course, ad nauseum. He also, by the way, this Brent Leatherwood, spokesperson for the Covenant Families, also states his very specific reason why he feels that these writings should not see the light of day.
So in my mind, whether it is direct images or whether it's something that is inspired by what the shooter thought, wrote, or did that day, all of it is reprehensible and none of it should see the light of day.
That is true. They are reprehensible and they are horrific. But what can we learn from all of this? You see, that's the whole point. The whole point is, and somebody, of course, sent me a nasty gram and said, Mandis, okay, so you're so smart. What are you going to learn from these writings? You're no psychologist and blah, 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 right? Going after me like they always do. And my point is, it's not about me. I mean, I certainly do have a right to know. Everyone has a right to know. But it's about the folks out there that are independent investigators that will just look at this and call balls and strikes. And they're not impacted by agenda. They don't work for the government. Those are the people that I trust, because I sure as hell don't trust the government. Do you? Do you trust the FBI? Do you trust the police? I don't.
This shows exactly why we have taken the legal actions that we feel appropriate. Because none of these evil ramblings should ever have been made public. So I think it further confirms that we're on the right track.
Well, the only way then that we can confirm that we're on the right track, of course, is by seeing the rest of these documents. So we could talk all day long about whether or not it was the right thing or the wrong thing for this thing to be leaked. Bottom line is 3 of these pages have been leaked. There's a lot more. And now the big question is going to be, will there be more leaks? And that is something that will have to, clearly remain to be seen. It is 5:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up, Ken Weaver, the news at 5:30. What do you got, Ken?
Well, Metro Legal and Metro Police are not disputing the authenticity of these 3 pages purported to be part of the Covenant School Shooters Manifesto, but they are taking action, and we'll tell you about it coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 5:24, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. News with Ken Weaver is coming up next. Listen, just in time for the holidays, my friends at DT McCall's, they have some great news. Their gun safes are now sales tax free. It is hunting season, so you're going to go hunting. But when you're home, those guns do need to be locked up in that tax-free gun safe from my friends at DT McCall's. Now, they are Tennessee's largest Liberty gun safe dealer. They also offer free delivery and setup as well. Other places are going to charge you up to $500 for delivery and setup, depending on the size, but not at DT McCall's. At DT McCall's, they deliver and set up for free. It cannot be said enough. And yes, again, those gun safes are sales tax free, and you can use your gun safe to keep anything safe. Valuables, cash, jewelry, documents, wills, deeds, and car titles, whatever. Your most important valuables are safe from theft or fire with a tax-free gun safe from DT McCall's. So, save big bucks on your gun safe when you shop at DT McCall's. You can find all the details at their website, locations, and prices at dtmccalls.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARPAP and the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11, or jumping into energy stocks or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors, because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
5:30 on the dot this Tuesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We've got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in Nashville, Metro Legal and Metro Police are not disputing the authenticity of 3 pages leaked to a blogger purported to be part of the Covenant school shooters manifesto. That blogger put it out on social media. It's all over the place now. Covenant school parent and Woodmont Baptist Church leader Brent Leatherwood spoke on behalf of other parents of the school at Woodmont Baptist Church yesterday.
I believe that this is just the tip of the iceberg. And our parents are still committed, our families are still committed to doing everything we can to make sure that none of the rest of this sees the light of day, because we don't want our children to someday read this stuff and whatever else may be there. Because they're disconnected ramblings, but they are connected by one thing. They're evil.
Leatherwood blames a police officer within Metro Police for leaking the documents. He says he has been assured by Metro that a felony has been committed and whomever's responsible will be brought to justice. Elsewhere in Tennessee, the work to figure out if the state can pay for education without federal money and the strings attached is underway. Legislative leaders appointed a 10-member panel, 8 Republicans and 2 Democrats, to study the issue and get back to them with recommendations. Well, the panel had its first meeting yesterday with several more to come. Tennessee gets about $1.9 billion in federal education funding every year. And election 2023, voters head to the polls in several states today for an off-year election. It could help set the tone for next year's presidential vote. There are races for governor to be decided in Kentucky, where the final Emerson College polling survey of Kentucky voters finds incumbent Governor Andy Beshear and Attorney General Daniel Cameron in a dead heat. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
right, so if there's anything that I've learned this morning, a lot of you folks don't like Phil Williams. It's at 5:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Three Amigos. Johnny's here. Welcome back, Johnny.
Thank you, Dan. Good to be back.
Mason could only take one day, so as glad as I am that you're back, Mason is far happier that you're back than we are, although we're thrilled to have you back.
Yeah, brother Mason was ready to go home and take a nap yesterday morning, and then his other job texted and said, could you come in?
Oh, did they really?
No.
Oh, man.
Isn't that always the case?
Listen, it's great to be in demand.
Yes, it is.
Hey, it's great to be wanted, man.
That's what. Yeah.
Yes, it
Anyway.
is. I mean, when you're in your 20s,
Yeah,
and can handle that sort of thing.
ask somebody who's been married multiple times.
Yeah, I tell Mason that you work so much, you end up looking like me in your 50s. He looked horrified. Anyway, moving on.
You scared him, Brother Dan.
So I spoke about Phil Williams in the opening monologue, and I think the man does good reporting.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Somebody said that he was throwing MAGA folks under the bus. And so here's what he said, Phil Williams yesterday.
Okay.
All of the hashtag MAGA keyboard warriors are showing their ignorance of the fact that the Covenant School shooter initially targeted a mall before picking a more vulnerable Christian school, which doesn't fit the narrative that this crowd desperately wants to push. And that narrative is that the Covenant shooter was going after a bunch of white kids, anti-white and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. There seems to be a serious misunderstanding of what MAGA is. See, in that particular case, I think Phil is, and a lot of people do this, they try to put this whole hashtag MAGA thing like it's a bad thing. Like we're defined as bad people. We're defined as conspiracy theorists. We're described as, people that are prone to violence, conspiracy theorists, and the rest of this.
Racist, almost.
Racist, extremist is another one. And I think that when you look at what was in the manifesto, the 3 leaked pages, those are the conclusions that you draw based on the evidence that is there. And so it's a good point that Williams brings up about the fact that she had targeted the mall initially. I forget what mall it is. But that's why we need to see all of the evidence, which Phil Williams actually agrees. But this whole thing about how the hashtag MAGA crowd is just a bunch of what we just said, I think is incredibly unfair.
Right, you can't put everybody under that umbrella.
You cannot put everyone under that umbrella. And if I'm considered MAGA, okay, well, yeah, I want to make America great again. I want lower taxes. I want a smaller government. I want, America to be the greatest nation on earth, which it is. And I want, our borders to be secure. And I want law and order. I mean, I don't want my community to be like San Francisco. I don't want San Francisco to be what our country eventually turns into as a whole. If that means that I'm MAGA, well, then sign me up. So I will disagree with what Phil says in that tweet.
He brings up a good point in that one of his first tweets or posts was that this is why the media had gone and others had gone to court to get this material released, even if it is redacted, because this is what happens. Now you've got 3 pages of what we're told are 20 journals, a memoir, a suicide note,
yep,
and possibly videos. So to take what 3 pages say as an entirety for this killer's motive is still wrong, because we don't know if that's the only thing. But what him bringing up the fact that the shooter, according to police, targeted a mall, that's important. Mm-hmm. I think, for what lawmakers were trying to do to make this state safer, in that she chose the softest target that she had planned to attack.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what lawmakers were saying. We need this information to make Tennesseans safer.
Well, I mean, there's so many things that are brought up here, right? I didn't even bring up in my monologue psychotropic drugs, but there are psychotropic drugs. It's the impact that those drugs had on her state of mind. Her state of mind is indicated in the manifesto and all of those laptops and so forth. So you wrap up that into the conversation as well. Gun-free zones, you bring that up as well. We talk about, okay, so as I did mention in the monologue, what else is there that is part of the conversation? So there is a lot to talk about. But
one thing I want to know is apparently there's a mention in one of these pages that she was almost caught.
Yes.
Back in the summer of 2021. I'd like to know what happened there.
Yep.
And if law enforcement knows about that. And that would be great information to have for lawmakers who are trying to make this state safer.
That's exactly right. That is exactly right. Hey, you guys ever been to Disneyland? Let's just move on. Tired of this. You guys ever been to Disneyland?
That's one in California?
No.
Yes.
And I'm never going to go either.
Oh, come on, Ken.
No way, dude.
I punched Sneezy.
Yeah.
I did.
Too many people,
You
man.
punched Sneezy?
Yeah, because I was like 5.
You punched Sneezy?
And Sneezy came up to me and bent down, and when he did, I just hauled off and smacked him right in the nose.
Get out my face, old man.
What did the other 6 dwarfs do?
They did nothing, but Sneezy ran backstage.
Well, I would too.
Sneezy coughed.
Yes.
Sneezy was so upset, Sneezy coughed. Can you guys name all the dwarfs real quick? Can you guys name all the dwarfs?
Sneezy, Sleepy.
Doc.
Yeah, Doc.
Yeah, that's 3.
Dopey. Was Dopey one?
Yes, Dopey was.
Oh, see, that's not nice.
It's not nice now.
That's not nice.
Well, he was into gummies then.
We only got 4. You only got 4.
Matthew?
Matthew?
Clarence?
No. I can't name him either. Johnny, can you name him?
No,
right.
I did about as well as Ken there.
Disney World guests are reporting that fellow visitors are relieving themselves while waiting in line for the park's ride, according to the New York Post.
Wow.
I believe that.
I
Do you know
too.
the worst date that I ever had was at Disneyland in Los Angeles, Anaheim? You know why?
I believe that.
I thought that it was, this is how dumb I was and still am. I thought I really wanted to impress this girl.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take her to Disneyland, right? Do you know how much, because you guys know that I'm a nervous talker. So you wait in line for like an hour and you run out of things to say. So the entire day, I at some point realized I'd probably be a fairly decent talk show host because I could just talk and talk and talk and talk.
Yeah.
And so every ride that we were on, it was like an hour-long wait. So by the second ride, I'm out of material, man.
You mean you weren't monologuing anymore? You'd run out of monologue?
Yeah. Well, when I was 17, I only had so much, firepower.
Hey, baby.
These days I could go on for, 7 hours. Sometimes I do.
Yes. In fact, Dan, you go on for 9 hours.
Ken's like, yes, Dan. Yes, you do. Amy is somewhere half asleep listening saying, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, man. He just doesn't shut up. Anyway, so what's happening now, the lines at Disneyland or World is that it is so long that people are just going to the bathroom, I guess, right there in line.
When you got to go, you got to go.
I mean, if you're in a line for an hour and a half for a ride that lasts maybe 5-10 minutes, yeah, I can see that.
I can too.
But are they really like dropping their pants and just going?
Maybe they're
like finding a nearby tree or something. I've been in these lines for years.
Yeah, maybe they're getting behind some sort of, I don't know. They have a bunch of stuff.
It's
in these parks. You can get behind something.
Yeah. And men, men have it fairly easy in the sense that we can, go number one anywhere, anytime.
Yeah, we can.
But that's also probably a felony because there's kids all over the place.
Yes, that could be in some places.
One Reddit user who works at Disneyland says bodily fluids no longer bother me after working at Disney.
Goodness. Yeah.
Let's just say that the attraction I work at has what the cast ended up dubbing the poop hall.
No. People aren't doing that
Because of the
they?
amount of times guests have gone in there and poop.
Oh.
So they're doing number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's taking it a bit too far.
Maybe there should be like a cutoff in the line. Like
Maybe
the line can only be a certain length to stop people from defecating.
You know what I
in
do whenever
public.
I'm going to, Disneyland or Dollywood or some of these places? I just don't drink.
Yes.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
I
you
just-
can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do whatever I can to make sure that I don't have to, do anything like that.
Well, I'm doing that on long drives anymore.
I am too.
I'm telling you what. But I can't. I just, I guess if it's okay for drug users in San Francisco, it's okay for people at Disneyland. I guess that's.
Well, that's a good way to put it, Brother Dan.
Yes, it is.
Well, the drug users are doing it.
Listen, we have no dignity left in this country.
We're going to the Kroger to go shower.
I'm waiting for Biden to be in the middle of a press conference and just. Oh.
Yeah.
It's time. Biden.
When you gotta go, you gotta go.
Who gets to put the depends on the president? Johnny, didn't you have something for this?
Make it snuggy, honey. Make it snuggy. Have you guys seen? We've heard the new Beatles song now and then. Have you seen the video?
Yes, I have, Johnny. Please continue, because I don't want to speak anymore.
I can't either, because this just does not feel the same after that.
When you went,
You think the Secret Service has to be on depends control?
That's right.
Patrol. There's the, when he's off skinny dipping, do you think, okay, when he gets out of the pool, somebody put the depends on him
Quickly.
quickly. You know what? I feel like I should apologize after this one. By the way, guy says, Dan, aren't you an alternative dwarf? I'm Baldy. I can be Baldy the Snow White Dwarf. That's what I can be.
I would just say Baldy the Dwarf,
I think you just did, Baldy the Dwarf.
Baldy the dwarf.
not the Snow White Dwarf.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
You know what? I could also be shiny,
Yeah, you sure could.
because you guys always make fun of my shiny head.
Oh, man.
Well, look at the time.
Yeah,
You know
boy.
what's really sad? We've got like a minute and a half left,
Yeah, we do.
and
Well, let's. That was good.
1884 from mass murder to Disney. Nice work, Mandis. This is the part where I really do. I start shame spiraling.
Why?
Hey, I got a threat on my phone yesterday.
Hey, you
Let's do
did?
this.
Got a
I did.
threat?
Like it was an anonymous text,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
somebody
anonymous.
actually threatened me.
Wow. Goodness, what they threaten you with? I mean, what they said.
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh.
We're putting out your manifesto.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm getting that. Is there something that I'm doing or saying that is like making me hated by people? Because I'm getting like You know what I'm sensing?
Confidence.
I'm sensing people are becoming just more and more. That was me.
Oh, okay.
People are becoming more and more aggressive, and I'm not entirely certain what exactly it is that I've done for people to become so mean and nasty towards yours truly. Because I'm really just a soft, cuddly, bald teddy bear, aren't I not?
Yeah, you're a mild-mannered guy.
I'm very mild-mannered.
Yeah.
And so why I'm getting all of these these threats lately, I don't really know. But this one was a little rattling because it was to my cell phone.
Yeah.
So it's obviously somebody that I know or somebody who's given out my personal cell phone.
Apparently, yes. Yeah, that's so,
Yeah, it's all right.
That's odd.
Mm-hmm. I'll show you guys what it said. I don't want to say it on the air, but I'll show you. It's just makes
Track
me
the
nervous.
number.
You know what? They did. Well, I can't. I do have the number. I suppose I could call the number back.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah. Or you know what I could do? I could just ignore it. You know why? Because thank God, this segment's over. Hey, 5:53. If anybody's left. Ken, what's coming up in the news at 6?
Well, firefighters have been busy about 86 miles southeast of Nashville. There is a downtown that has gone up in flames. And right now, firefighters are over there babysitting those hot spots. Then here in Nashville, we've got the release of the purported Shooters Manifesto, the Covenant School Shooters Manifesto. We'll tell you what Metro Police and Metro Legal are doing coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. Also coming up at 7:06, I don't know if you heard what happened yesterday during Donald Trump's day on the stand in New York City during that whole fraud trial. They're saying that he inflated his properties and all that, the value of his properties. Donald Trump took the stand yesterday, and it went about as well as our last segment. And so at 7:06, I'm going to talk to Hans von Spakovsky from the Heritage Foundation. Going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Your home is a big investment. USS, they are here to protect it. Now, these are the folks that I turn to anytime I have a problem. They are the experts in waterproofing and foundation repair and concrete leveling as well, to name just a few. Now, these folks have been helping customers for years, since 1994, as a matter of fact, and they've got 25,000 100% satisfied clients, including me. They are problem solvers. Now, they arrive at your home to figure out the problem and then fix it and communicate with you along the way. Now, what can they help you with? Just about everything, actually. Concrete lifting, foundation repair, basement and crawl space waterproofing, and a whole lot more. USS has been helping Tennesseans, again, since 1994. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. You can find them online at USSTN.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARP happened, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11, or jumping into energy stocks, or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors, because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
6 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now, southeast of Nashville, firefighters are babysitting hotspots after several buildings caught fire in downtown Deckard this morning. Channel 4 says the town's main street may not be opened up anytime soon. This fire starting overnight in Deckard, about 86 miles southeast of Nashville. Right now in Nashville, Metro Police are not disputing the authenticity of leaked documents purported to be part of the Covenant school shooters manifesto. Mayor Freddie O'Connell has ordered Metro Legal to investigate how these documents were released. In the writings, the killer expresses a hatred for white people and an intent to kill children and detailed planning of the attack. A Covenant school parent and church leader at Woodmont Baptist Church, Brent Leatherwood, spoke on behalf of other parents. He blames the police officer for the leak.
You are a viper. You're a member of the law enforcement community. And you have released evidence that was gathered in our most vulnerable moment. You have now allowed this woman who terrorized our family with bullets to be able to now terrorize us with words from the grave.
Leatherwood said he has been assured by Metro that a felony has been committed and whomever leaked this material will be brought to justice. Meanwhile, police identified the Covenant school shooter as Audrey Hale, who reportedly identified as transgender. She killed 3 9-year-old children and 3 adults at the private Christian school and left behind at least 20 journals, a suicide note, and a memoir. And Leatherwood says the families will continue to fight in court to keep the rest of the material out of the public domain forever. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Investors are assessing whether last week's rally holds water. The Dow Jones Monday rose 34 points to remain above 34,000. The S&P picked up 0.2%. The Nasdaq Composite scored its 7th daily advance in a row with a 0.3% gain. As expected, office sharing company WeWork has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. The company has been under pressure from rising interest rates and a shift toward remote work. Nintendo sales and profit outperformed in the company's second quarter thanks to the Super Mario Bros. Movie and the release of its latest installment of the Zelda game franchise. From April to September, Nintendo saw a 21% rise in revenue year over year. Got a $2 bill stashed in a drawer or the bottom of your purse? Collectors are suddenly very interested in that piece of currency. A $2 bill that was printed in 2003 with a very low serial number recently sold at auction for $2,400.
All right, let's check futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures now down 90, S&P down 10, NASDAQ futures down 31. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Nashville's morning news with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:07 Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Man, some great audio yesterday from this whole train wreck that was Donald Trump's day in court. Now, this is the court case in New York where the Attorney General there, Letitia James, is accusing former President Donald Trump of inflating his real estate values. We've spoken about this often. The president is, being accused of trying to inflate the values of Mar-a-Lago specifically. And people are saying, and this is what's so incredible about all of this, is that the court, the judge in this case, they say, well, Mar-a-Lago is only worth $18 million. And in reality, every person that you ever hear or talk to or read says Mar-a-Lago could be worth anywhere upwards of $100 million. In that area of Florida, right on the beach with all of those rooms and all of those amenities, really? Mar-a-Lago is only worth $18 million? Are you kidding me? But somebody asked on the super text line, is there any actual victims in this case? Well, no, that's part of the conundrum from people like me who are trying to understand this whole thing. There are no victims. The banks, as Jonathan Turley says, the banks actually made money on these transactions. And Turley was on Fox News yesterday, and this is part of what he had to say about this whole thing.
Well, I could find no case anywhere like this. And part of the problem is the underlying law, which doesn't require any victim. It doesn't require anyone to lose money. The banks were not complaining. They apparently made money. Right. But that doesn't matter. And you have the AG, James, who ran on being a political activist. She ran on saying that she would bag Trump for anything.
Remember, this is all part of that conversation where, and let's face it, bottom line is they're trying to destroy Donald Trump. They're trying to prevent him from being able to run for president, whether it is trying to keep him off the ballot or try and wrap him up in all kinds of, legal problems so that it keeps him off of the campaign trail. But to Jonathan Turley's point, I've played you audio before from this Attorney General Letitia James. She literally did run. He's not being facetious. He is literally saying, and it is true, that she ran on bagging Donald Trump. And it's, as we talked about before, and Hans von Spakovsky will be here at 7:05 to get into some of the more legal wranglings and all of this. But one of the things that you look at is this notion that if you have somebody that you hate, like a Donald Trump, right, for the left, and Letitia James, you got somebody that you hate, will find a crime. And that is exactly what they're doing with Donald Trump. They're going to find a crime that they will accuse him of committing, even if they have the stretch the law to do it. Remember, this is audio from Letitia James. This is when she was talking about going after Donald Trump when she was running for Attorney General.
I look forward to going into the office of Attorney General every day, suing him, defending your rights, and then going home.
I say one name, Donald Trump. That should motivate you.
Will you sue him for us?
Oh, we're going to definitely sue him. We're going to be a real pain in the
Yeah, that's Letitia James. And so she was always, let's face it, she's honest. And the people of New York, who Donald Trump has, as many people have said, this is a man who helped develop New York. He changed the New York skyline. Yet New Yorkers who at one point loved Donald Trump now, of course, hate Donald Trump. And so, for Jonathan Turley, he's being interviewed on Fox News. And part of what he says is that Letitia James wants nothing but the utter destruction of Donald Trump.
But it's really, a lot of people wouldn't object if the Attorney General was seeking some fine because there were inflated numbers. Inflated numbers in the real estate business in New York are a ubiquitous problem. And if you want to fine them, fine. But she's going for total annihilation.
Yeah.
She is asking to take this iconic figure and effectively ban him from business in New York. And the question is why? And the answer is because that's what she promised to do, to seek his utter destruction if she can.
Yeah, and here's the thing. When you look at the polling, and we talked quite a bit, we all did, I'm assuming, about the polling that we saw yesterday, where Donald Trump, he would beat Joe Biden if the election were held today. He would beat Joe Biden in a lot of these various swing states. And so I think that the American people are looking at people like Letitia James and realizing that a relatively speaking, a small sliver of Americans, people like Letitia James, infused with that Trump derangement syndrome, are doing everything they can to destroy our, putting this in air quotes, democracy by taking away the guy that millions of Americans would be voting for if the election were held today. And they're doing it, as Jonathan Turley has said, and I've said many times as well, they're doing it in the name of saving democracy. Doesn't make any sense. Now, talking about Trump and how he feels like he's wasting a lot of time, part of his frustration is he would rather be on the campaign trail. This is him yesterday outside of court.
Mr. Trump, you're looking forward to testifying today?
I am. So while Israel is being attacked, while Ukraine is being attacked, while inflation is eating our country alive, I'm down here, and these are all political opponent attack ads by the Biden administration. Their poll numbers are terrible. You saw what happened today. The New York Times and CBS came out with a poll that I'm leading all over the place, but it's a very unfair situation. This is really election interference. That's all it is. This trial is ridiculous.
I mean, I think it is clearly election interference. You can't deny that. When you look at what these folks are doing, whether it is Letitia James or some of these other people that are going after Donald Trump legally, it's because I believe that they know that it is their only chance to keep the former president from ending up in the White House again. And they are desperate. And remember what the Democrats have said. The Democrats have actually come out and said they will do anything to prevent Donald Trump from ending up in the White House yet again. And we are seeing that today in real time. I've got a lot more straight ahead. It is 6:15, time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. 6:15 right now, partly cloudy, a high of 77 right now, 59 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So there is a lot to cover regarding Donald Trump and his trial in New York. They say that when he finally did take the trial, they say that it was contentious to say the least in this civil fraud trial. And he was being pressed about the value of his properties and his role in their appraisals. Now, one of the things that I played for you moments ago was Jonathan Turley saying that they can't really find another case where this particular law has been used against a person. But it appears to really be tailor-made and being used specifically in this way to go after Donald Trump. And so one of the things that, and we'll talk to Hans von Spakovsky at 7:05, they say the former president leaned on the disclaimers in his financial statements as defense in the trial, and they say ramped up the verbal attacks on the judge and, of course, Letitia James as well. One of the things that the judge didn't like was Donald Trump, as Donald Trump is prone to do, is he was giving really long-winded answers. And they said that it was almost like he was not necessarily speaking to the judge, because this is a trial where the judge will make the decision of, guilty or innocent. It's not in front of a jury. The former president wants a jury, but unfortunately it's just up to this judge now. And so the former president is just giving really long-winded answers to the, to the questions. And the judge doesn't like it. And the former president wanted to read this disclaimer. He said that the disclaimer would exonerate him of any and all accusations, because the disclaimer is exactly what it would be, which is a disclaimer. And by the way, I will say this for the 1,000th time, that when you are a bank and you're doing any kind of business, and someone who is a business owner, a homeowner, a building owner says, well, my property is valued at this, well, the bank, it's their responsibility to do their own research. And if the bank decided that what Trump was saying regarding the worth and the value of Mar-a-Lago was correct, well, then the bank was fine, and they went ahead and did the business with the former president. In other words, it is clear that they have found the man, Donald Trump, and now they are trying to invent the charge. That is exactly what they're doing. Now, Alina Habba, who is one of Donald Trump's attorneys, she was so mad after the fireworks between Donald Trump and the judge in the case, because the judge wouldn't let Donald Trump, speak. And he was telling the attorney, Alina Habba, that, her time was limited as well. And so she found a microphone and she just launched.
But I was told to sit down today. I was yelled at, and I've had a judge who is unhinged slamming a table. Let me be very clear. I don't tolerate that in my life. I'm not going to tolerate it here. And you know what? You shouldn't either. Because not every American citizen gets a camera and a microphone. And what I'm seeing is such a demise of American judicial system and democracy. Miss James came out this morning and said that she knew Mr. Trump, and she always calls him Mr. Trump because it kills her that he was the president. But the 45th president of this country, one of the best presidents we've had.
Yeah, she's a little mad. Alina Habba is a little mad. And she and Letitia James, of course, going back and forth. And the Trump camp is incredibly frustrated with this judge because, as Donald Trump has said, and many others have said, by the way, including yours truly, it is clear that this is a kangaroo court and that they have this preconceived decision already in mind that they'll find Donald Trump guilty. And then, as Turley said, they're going for utter destruction, not allowing the president to do business in the state of New York. Here's more from Alina Habba.
She said this morning that the numbers don't lie, and they won't lie in this case. Well, Miss James, I have a message for you. The numbers didn't lie when you ran for governor, and that's why you dropped out. And the numbers don't lie when President Trump runs for office in 2024. And those numbers are loud and clear. This country is falling apart. And if we don't stop corruption in courtrooms where attorneys are gagged, where attorneys are not allowed to say what they need to say to protect their clients' interests, it doesn't matter what your politics are. Everyone has a right in this country to get up and put a defense.
Now, listen, I don't know how many different ways we can continue to say it, but every time we see Donald Trump going through this, his numbers go up. It's like I was saying yesterday, in some of the reporting, they say Donald Trump is doing really well in a lot of these swing states. And, despite the fact that he's got all of these indictments. And it's like, well, yeah, because the American people realize that this is BS. Even independents understand that this is BS. Even a lot of Democrats actually believe that this is BS as well. Coming up at 7:05, Hans von Spakovsky will join us as well. He's going to talk about not only what is going on in New York, but around the country related to Donald Trump and what I would call this absolute attack on democracy. It is 6:22. Ken Weaver's got the news at 6:30. Ken's, what's coming up?
Well, we're going to tell you what Metro Police and Metro Legal are saying and doing after the Covenant school shooters, some of the Covenant school shooters' writings were posted to social media. And voters are heading to the polls in several states today for off-year elections, including Kentucky, who chooses between incumbent Democrat Governor Andy Beshear and Republican Attorney General Daniel Cameron. We'll tell you who was leading in the polling leading up to today, coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I am such a big fan of Cameron. That dude, I really, really like him.
Oh, Daniel Cameron.
Yes, Daniel Cameron.
Yeah.
Out there in Kentucky. So we'll see how he does. Thank you, Ken. 622 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up next, going to follow the money regarding Joe Biden, and it's basically another Joe Biden crime family update, and it is next here on WTN. The Wall Street Journal did a really good piece on how to follow the money, because I do understand. I mean, trust me when I say I try to follow the money, and I try to explain it to you folks, and there is a lot of really complicated and creative banking and maneuvering and moving of money when it comes to the Bidens and China and Hunter and James and Joe. But we've got a couple of checks that James Biden wrote to Joe Biden that were supposedly for loan repayments. But James Comer and the rest of the House Oversight Committee, they can't seem to find any evidence of an original loan. And oddly enough, the money flowed into the Joe Biden bank accounts after some of these transactions with foreign entities. All of that straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to tell you about my friends at Stoltzco. Now, these folks build great pole barns, and more Tennesseans are figuring that out. All you've got to do, if you're thinking about putting up a pole barn on your property, is to check them out online, either on Instagram or Facebook or at their website. It is stoltzco.com, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com, to check out their handiwork. Now, your pole barn can be a classic tool and work barn. It can be a garage. It can be a place to live. Now, a pole barn from Stoltzco is practical, efficient, and flexible, and it will indeed stand the test of time because they only use the best materials and the best craftsmanship as well. So, you're thinking about a pole barn, you owe it to yourself to call this phone number right now, 615-622-5992 for Stoltzco, 615-622-5992, Stoltzco, where quality workmanship and great customer service is affordable.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
You can zero-resify your carpet with Zero-Res. Dan Mandis here. How are you? I love Zero-Res. I've been using these folks for years, and you should too. Why? Because they get your carpet zero-resified. That means no residue, no harsh chemicals either. Just really, really clean carpets. No soap, no residue, just soft, fluffy carpets that does stay clean longer. And by the way, your surfaces also dry twice as fast. And they don't use those harsh chemicals. Just so many reasons why you should call Zero-Res today. And right now, they've got a great deal going on. Call it the Dan deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for Zero-Res, only $119. Also, you make a donation of canned food. At the time of service, you get a 4th room of carpet cleaned absolutely free. Now, the canned food donations benefit the Second Harvest Food Bank of Middle Tennessee. Again, going to tell you that one more time because it is a great deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $119. Also, you make a donation of canned food at time of service. You get a 4th room of carpet cleaned absolutely free. And that's all to benefit the Second Harvest Food Bank of Middle Tennessee. So check them out today. Zero-Res. You also got $50 off air Dutch cleaning as well. Air quality in your home does play a huge role in the overall health of your family. Remove these airborne bacteria from your air ducts with Zero-Res. Call them today at 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. You can also book online at ZeroResNashville.com. Zero-Res, spell it backwards or forwards. It is the right way to clean. Listen, I love Brentwood Jewelry. It is where I buy all my jewelry these days, and I do recommend them highly. If you need a special gift for a special occasion, holidays are coming, head on over to Brentwood Jewelry and get a great selection of earrings and necklaces and watches. And coming up this Friday, Brentwood Jewelry from 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, they're having a massive timepiece event. You know, watches. It's Bremont and Bourbon exclusively at Brentwood Jewelry. Check out all the latest timepiece technology, and you can sip some bourbon as well. One of many reasons why I really do love Brentwood Jewelry, located at 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Find out more details as well on their great event happening on Friday from 1 to 6, the massive timepiece event, Bremont and Bourbon. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Find them online. It is BrentwoodJewelry.com.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We got some summer-like weather on the way. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in Nashville, Metro Legal and Metro Police are not disputing the authenticity of writings purported to be part of the Covenant School Shooters Manifesto that has been posted all over social media. Metro Police say the images are not MNPD crime scene images, but Mayor Freddie O'Connell has ordered an investigation into who may have leaked that information. A Covenant School parent and church leader at Woodmont Baptist, Brent Leatherwood, spoke on behalf of other parents yesterday, says he's been assured by Metro that a felony was committed and whomever's responsible will be brought to justice.
Families who have already suffered so much were left yet again to deal with this terror.
Leatherwood says he doesn't know for sure who leaked the material, but he blamed a member of the Metro Police Department. Elsewhere in Tennessee, a panel of 10 state lawmakers are working to figure out if the state could pay for education without accepting any federal money and the strings attached to it. Leaders appointed 8 Republicans and 10 Democrats to the panel, which held its first meeting yesterday. Tennessee gets about $1.9 billion in federal education funding each year, but Republican lawmakers are opposed to the federal policies tied to getting that money. Election 2023. Voters head to the polls in several states today for an off-year election, and Kentucky chooses between incumbent Democrat Governor Andy Beshear and Republican Attorney General Daniel Cameron. The final Emerson College polling survey of Kentucky voters for the governor's race showed Beshear and Cameron in a dead heat. 47% support Beshear, 47% for Cameron. Cameron held a 1-point lead over Beshear among undecideds. And in money news, nationwide average price for gasoline still going down, Alex Stone says.
Americans are paying 40 cents a gallon less compared to this day last year, according to new data out from the Energy Department. Lower oil prices, less demand to travel, and more inexpensive winter blends of gas are all causing prices to go way lower. In the past week, the average price nationwide has come down another 8 cents to $3.40 a gallon. The cheapest gas right now is along the Gulf Coast at $2.87 a gallon.
We're at $3.11 per gallon on average in Middle Tennessee, according to Gas Buddy. That's 16 cents cheaper than last year at this time. And that's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. Coming up in just moments, follow the money update with the Biden crime family. 634. Want to tell you about my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Of course, winter is coming up, and you need to make sure that your home's heater is working and working well. Colder weather is definitely on the way. Now, you become a Beehive member, and you ensure that you are running at peak efficiency for maximum comfort. And by the way, if your heater does break down, Busy Bee members get front-of-the-line service. So when hundreds of homes are without heat, you are going to get serviced first. That's why I've been a Beehive member for years, and you should as well. Call them at 615-775-7833. Becoming a Beehive member also means you get 3 thorough maintenance services a year, including plumbing, plus no overtime charges 24/7 and 10% off of all repairs. So call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARP happened, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11, or jumping into energy stocks, or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors, because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I'm here at the Nashville Rescue Mission doing the interviews that I look forward to doing every single year. These are incredible stories of people who have had amazing recoveries. Thanks to this amazing facility, they are able to get clean and lead a more productive life. The date of our annual radiothon is going to be Monday, November 20th. Listen in and please donate. You can get more information at 99.7 WTN, including a link to the website for Nashville's Rescue Mission. 638 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. In the 7 o'clock hour, we're going to do a deep dive into all the latest on the manifesto. Really interesting conversations and comments on the Super Text line, which, by the way, I am monitoring. Thank you. The Super Text line is very busy this morning, 615-737-9986. Had a Covenant parent text in and say that the parents that don't want the manifesto released in its entirety, they don't speak for all Covenant parents. And so we'll get into that story for you.
See, that's what I have wondered.
Yeah?
I've wondered where these other parents are.
I've heard from a few of them, Ken, as a matter of fact. And I've seen on... Tennessee Star actually did. Michael Patrick Leahy's going to be here at 7:35.
Yeah.
They did a whole article, I think that I covered a while ago, on a Covenant parent who was all for releasing the information. So at least for me, I think, yeah, you've got the handful of parents, perhaps many parents, who want to keep the manifesto under wraps, but you also have many, many, many others who want to see it released. You know, it's interesting. Somebody on the then I got to do it. I teased, but there's somebody on the super text line asked the question. The person who released this thing, you had that Brent Leatherwood, who you've been playing audio all day, Ken, and I played a lot of his audio in the 5 o'clock hour. Going to do it again in the 7 o'clock hour. But he called whoever released this thing a viper.
Yeah,
a lot of people calling him a hero. So here's my question for you very quickly on the super text line. Is he a viper or is he a hero? What say you? I believe that the guy is, if that's the term that we're going to use, I believe that he did the right thing. You want to call him a hero? Whatever. But I believe that he did the right thing. I certainly don't believe that he is a viper, and we'll continue to cover that story for you in the 7 o'clock hour here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 6:40. It's time to follow the money with the Biden crime family, or at least try and follow the money. Now, last we discussed this, there were questions surrounding these payments from James Biden to his brother Joe. And at issue are these two checks, one for $240,000, the other for $40,000. Now, both of these checks, you'll recall, because I covered this last week, you'll recall that both of these checks had in the memo written that it was a loan repayment. But you see, nobody could figure out the original loan. When that original loan happened, where did the funds come from? Because if Joe Biden was loaning his brother a total of $280,000, well, that money had to come from somewhere. Well, they can't figure out when that original loan happened. In other words, you've got all these deals that are going on. And then after these deals with these, Chinese energy companies, these deals go down, and then all of a sudden you've got all of this money flowing into all of these different accounts. And it goes from, Hunter Biden to James Biden, conveniently to Joe Biden. The guy that said that he never profited from anything that his son was doing, didn't even know anything about his overseas business dealings. As a matter of fact, Joe Biden even said that his son never made any money in these dealings with China, et cetera. Now, remember that Hunter and his company, they'd come to an agreement with this CEFC, which was a Chinese business company with ties to the Chinese government, of course. And Hunter was angry that they didn't send over that $10 million that they had promised the Bidens. And that was part of that WhatsApp message. A total shakedown, I would say, and others have said as well. Hunter said that his father was sitting right there, and yes, they do hold grudges. You remember all that, right? Well, Joe didn't.
How involved were you in your son's Chinese shakedown text message? Were you sitting there? Were you involved? No, I wasn't. And I don't. Were you?
No.
So you heard Joe got a little upset there when he said
no.
No. All right. Well, very good. Well, then your son was lying, Joe. Is your son a liar?
No.
Well, yes, he actually is, and you're lying now, actually, Joe. So here's the thing. The number trail tells a very different story. Now, the Wall Street Journal put this together really nicely, so I'm just going to play a little bit of a piece that they published yesterday on the money trail. Listen and listen closely.
First, Northern International Capital, a Chinese company associated with CEFC, wired $5 million to Hudson West 3, a joint venture established by Hunter Biden and a CEFC associate.
Remember, CEFC is the energy company with connections to the Chinese government.
Then Hudson West 3 sent $400,000 to an entity owned and controlled by Hunter Biden.
That was called a Wasco PC.
Next, Hunter Biden wired $150,000 to Lion Hall Group, a company owned by James and Sarah Biden.
James is Joe Biden's brother. Sarah is James's wife.
Sarah Biden then withdrew $50,000 in cash from Lion Hall Group. Later the same day, she deposited it into her and James Biden's personal checking account.
Yep.
So where does Joe Biden figure in all this?
A few days later, Sarah Biden cut a check to Joe Biden for $40,000.
Bingo, as Joe likes to say. And yes, that is 10% for the big guy. Now, coming up next, guess who's in the news? Tony Bobulinski. And he is throwing down a challenge to the Bidens. Details straight ahead. 6:45. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Partly cloudy today, a high of 77, 59 degrees now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Now, you remember who Tony Bobulinski is, right? I mean, who could forget Tony Bobulinski? Guy worked with the Bidens. He was in the midst of all of this. I believe that he certainly obviously knew Joe Biden, Hunter Biden. Pretty sure he knew Devin Archer, et cetera. And so he was involved in all of this, and then he became effectively a whistleblower, and he went on Tucker Carlson, a whole bunch of other shows, and he is one of those guys that said, yeah, that 10% for the big guy, that's a real thing, as a matter of fact.
On May 13, 2017, I received an email concerning allocation of equity, which says 10% held by H for the big guy.
Yep.
In that email, there's no question that H stands for Hunter, big guy for his father, Joe Biden.
So it all fits. It all fits. Just in that previous, previous piece of audio where they were running down where all of that money was flowing, 10% went to Joe Biden. 10% went to Joe Biden. And then there's the matter of this $240,000 check. James Biden got $600,000 in loans from that company called AmeriCorp. They were paying James because, according to House Oversight, he was able to put together large loans with the Middle East because James has connections to the big guy. His last name is Biden, and he has connections, obviously, to Joe Biden. Again, what you want to do is follow the money with James Comer because there's a lot to follow.
On March 1st, 2018, AmeriCorps wired a $200,000 loan into James and Sarah Biden's personal bank account, not their business bank account. And then on the very same day, James Biden wrote a $200,000 check from this same personal bank account to Joe Biden.
Bingo. And again, the check says loan repayment. Now, the left is going to say that this was, and I mentioned this the other day, just because I want to give both sides. The left will say that this was nothing more than the Bidens working this deal or these deals with China and the Middle East and so forth, and they're allowed to do that. And so they earn this money, and then it went into their bank accounts, it hit their bank accounts, and then they turn around and they repay a loan that Joe made to James. That's what people will say. But they can't find the original loan. Either the document, they can't find the transaction, whatever it is. So when did that happen? Oh, and by the way, the Washington Examiner has this story this morning. The headline is, White House will not release evidence that Biden family payments were for loans. This is from Sarah Bedford. White House officials will not provide evidence to support President Joe Biden's claim that a pair of larger payments he received from his brother represented paybacks for loans, according to a letter from the White House to the House Oversight Committee. I mean, look, it would put all of this to bed, would it not? Wouldn't it put all of this to bed? Of course it would. I mean, if I'm Joe Biden, I'm going to say, here's the evidence that this was actually a family loan. Take it and stick it up your behind. If I were Joe Biden. The fact that they will refuse and are refusing to provide evidence tells you, in my opinion, all you need to know. There is no evidence of an original loan, and this was nothing more than influence peddling. By the way, did you see this? So Tony Bobolinsky, I played you his audio earlier, and he is what one would call a whistleblower. Hunter Biden is now demanding that the DOJ probe into Tony Bobolinsky, according to the New York Post. So you have the son of a president and a very corrupt and suspicious person at that, Hunter Biden, and of course, President Biden. And they are openly demanding that the DOJ be weaponized to go after someone who is whistleblowing on the president and calling into, putting it out there that the president was engaged in bribery and influence peddling. And what better way to shut that person up than to sic the DOJ on them? And by the way, also Tony Bobolinsky has now called on the Bidens to join him for testimony after claims that he lied to the FBI, because that's part of what the Bidens are saying is that Tony Bobolinsky was lying and has been lying about all of this. And Bobolinsky says, you know what? Then join me, please, as I go and I testify, because I would love to have this conversation, perhaps under oath, with everyone involved. And that's the incredible thing, isn't it? Is that you have all of this stuff. We're talking earlier about Donald Trump and what's going on with him in New York. We have all of these things going on. Yet, with Donald Trump, yet Joe Biden, nobody wants to look at what's going on with Joe Biden. It really is stunning, is it not? And the more that you look at what's going on with Joe Biden, the people are beginning to realize that, there is a lot going on with Joe Biden, and people are beginning to realize it, perhaps even more and more. And perhaps that is why the American people are looking at Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, and they realize, they're really going after Donald Trump for what seems like nothing, yet when it comes to Joe Biden and everything that's on the current president of the United States, and nobody really seems all that interested in it. I believe the American people are sitting up and taking notice. And I do believe that's part of the reason why Donald Trump, perhaps a small part, but I think that's also part of the reason why Donald Trump is seeing a rise in the polling on the national level. It is 6:52. News is coming up at 7 o'clock. Ken Weaver, what you got?
Well, tell you what Metro is doing about that Covenant school shooter writings leak, and a panel to study rejecting federal education dollars in Tennessee. That work has begun. These stories and more at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. It's 6:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. I've got a question for you, my friends. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you need to ask, because some insurance companies simply will not pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company is going to depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. And that is going to leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. This is why you do need to call King & Associates Insurance, because they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have a 20-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they're going to pay for it to be replaced, period. Now, it is that kind of customer focus that makes them an outstanding company to work with. King and Associates Insurance. They are one of the best insurance companies around. Call them and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-329-8121 to get your Royal Review. 615-329-8121. You can find them online at tkinginsurance.com.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Today's show happened because I saw a comment. He said, why don't you do something on doves and dove fields and how to find them and things like that. So
yeah, all right.
Good idea. It's past the opening day, but like you said, it can work.
Yeah.
Because the season is long. It runs for 90 days and there's 3 segments, so we're going to cover all that today. Let's rattle off the season. September 1 through September 28th is the first segment of Dove, and then October 14th through November 5th, and then December 8th through January 15th. 15 is your bag limit. So September 1 is opening day, and that's at noon in Tennessee.
September 1st has been one of those days. I mean, you'll see guys. I mean, they'll take off work. Have big cooking and getting together with friends, and it's kind of neat to see.
Yeah.
Historically, it's a huge social event. I'd say the majority of the hunters probably hunt opening day, opening weekend, and then won't pick up a shotgun until next year. So,
we have 2 other segments besides this one. Running in October, and then even all the way through January 15th. There's a lot of opportunity throughout the year.
On our website, tnwildlife.org, on our homepage, you can click the button there to dove hunting info and fields is what the button's titled. It's got all the information on dove hunting. You can find the fields there. So let's talk about how to find a field. You click on Region 2, it pulls up the options that are available, and get down to Bark Camp Barrens, and you see it's open statewide. So the hunting's not over there. There's still opportunity. Even though we had a big opening day, let it die down a little bit and get back in there. You're going to have some good hunting, I think, there, sounds like, anyway.
.657, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, then at 97 WTN. So I did a real quick poll thingy on the Super Text line, which basically is just asking a question. And I asked if the person who leaked the manifesto, the 3 pages of the manifesto, is that person a hero or a viper? Almost to a person, people said that that person is a hero. Now, Pamela Furr pointed out, because I kept saying he, it very well could be a she that leaked it. Either way, I say whoever the person is who leaked it is a hero. Now, coming up at about 7:06, Hans von Spakovsky from the Heritage Foundation on all of Donald Trump's legal troubles, and Michael Patrick Leahy from the Tennessee Star. He'll join us at 7:35, all the latest on the manifesto. It's all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And right now in Nashville, no one in Metro is disputing the authenticity of images purported to be writings from part of the Covenant school shooter's manifesto. Metro Police telling the Tennessee Star that the images are not from an MPD crime scene. And Mayor Freddie O'Connell has ordered Metro Legal to investigate if someone leaked it. A Covenant school parent and church leader at Woodmont Baptist Church, Brent Leatherwood, spoke on behalf of other parents yesterday, says he's been assured by Metro that a felony was committed and whomever's responsible will be brought to justice pertaining to the leak.
I believe that this is just the tip of the iceberg. And our parents are still committed, our families are still committed to doing everything we can to make sure that none of the rest of this sees the light of day.
Tennessee's Court of Appeals is deciding whether the parents of the school shooting victims can seek to keep the release of police records private forever. Right now in Tennessee, the work to figure out if Tennessee can pay for education without federal money and the strings attached is underway. A 10-member legislative panel, 8 Republicans and 2 Democrats, had its first meeting yesterday with several more to come. Democrat leader in the Senate, Ramesh Akbari of Memphis, expressed concerns over what she called far-reaching implications.
School districts will be impacted. Our state budget will be impacted. And I know that we're just reviewing things, but the fact that we're even exploring this concept to begin with, to me, is not good for people in Tennessee.
Well, Republican panel member Scott Sapicki.
You're not going to figure out what the true meanings of all this is until you have the whole picture.
And the panel resumes meetings today and tomorrow, then Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Tennessee gets nearly $2 billion in federal education funding every year. Election 2023. Voters head to the polls in several states and cities today. The country closely watching these races for signs of what may be to come in the upcoming presidential race. Well, Mary Bruce says there are important governor races happening in Kentucky and Mississippi.
Down in Kentucky, the popular Democratic governor there, Andy Beshear, he's looking for a second term in that Republican-dominated state. His challenger, Daniel Cameron, though, is trying very hard to try and tie him to President Biden. And down in Mississippi, this is a really incredible race, a very tight, surprisingly tight race between an unpopular incumbent who is now mired in a welfare fund scandal. His opponent, get this, only in Mississippi. He's also a cousin of Elvis Presley.
Well, the final Emerson College polling survey of Kentucky voters showed Beshear and Cameron in a dead heat. 47% for Beshear, 47% for Cameron. Cameron held a 1-point lead over Beshear among undecideds. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures down 90. S&P futures down 10. NASDAQ futures down 31. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Mark Spain Real Estate. Friends, you can get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home hassle-free. Dan Mandis here. Mark Spain Real Estate has been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years. Over 44,000 satisfied clients have trusted them to sell their homes when starting their next phase in life. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate has nearly 10,000 five-star reviews, making them the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. And as the most experienced real estate team, you can't trust them to sell your home quickly and for the most money. Now, their agents actually sell over 4 times more homes than the average real estate agent. Find out why. It's all about the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. 855-299-SOLD is the phone number. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online. It is markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:08 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, along with Ken Weaver, Johnny B, Dan Mandis here, and want to welcome on into the program from the Heritage Foundation, Hans von Spakovsky. Hans, as always, great to speak to you. And there's so much going on with Donald Trump. And apparently yesterday he did take the stand. And apparently it was a complete train wreck. Can we talk about what exactly happened? What was the big disagreement? I know that the judge in the case, Judge Erdogan, I guess that's his name, and the former president, they really had a lot of aggressive back and forth. And I guess the judge doesn't like that Donald Trump, big surprise here, is a little long-winded.
Well, I'll tell you, this judge has shown day after day after day that he should not be a judge. And this is just the latest. I mean, look, this is a defendant in this case who is up on the stand testifying. And what our Constitution says, what all of the rules that we have developed for court cases over the years are that you have to lean in favor of the defendant to protect the defendant's rights.
Right.
And that means a defendant, if he's going to get up and testify, you should give him the widest latitude to testify about the issues that are at the heart of a case. And yet this judge, who has shown that politically he doesn't like Donald Trump, is trying to do everything he can to cut off his testimony. In fact, he said yesterday, well, he doesn't want to hear the things that Trump is saying. And obviously he also got upset because Trump would every now and then put in a criticism of the court and the judge and the attorney general of the state, which he's got every right to do. But the judge is trying to restrict him, just like the gag orders that he has put in on Trump being able to comment outside the courtroom.
Well, and this is Hans von Spakovsky joining us from the Heritage Foundation, talking about Donald Trump in one of his many court proceedings. This one in New York, where he is accused of overvaluing Mar-a-Lago. And I guess the question, Hans, would be, part of what the president wanted to do is he wanted to really give his defense. And I guess I don't understand. This is not in front of a jury. This is in front of the judge. So it's the judge that will determine the outcome of this case. So I'm trying to figure out why it is the judge doesn't want to hear the former president's defense.
Well, it's because he's a biased judge who made up his mind before the trial even started.
Okay.
I mean, what else can you say about a judge who actually, before he got this case, was publicly quoted as saying that he hoped Letitia James would get Donald Trump. And remember, the judge determined that Donald Trump was guilty before the trial started.
Yep.
The only thing this trial is about is not whether Donald Trump is guilty or innocent, but how much in damages he and his family business have to pay. So what does that tell you about this local county judge in Manhattan? I think it tells you everything you need to know about this very biased judge.
Well, and I was regaling people earlier, Hans, with the audio of the Attorney General, Letitia James, and her many, many, many different sound bites where she has been saying that she is going to get Trump, and she literally ran on for Attorney General, this sort of, get Trump platform. But, I'm a layman, clearly. I'm not an attorney. So from your vantage point, are there most legal eagles out there looking at this thing going on with Donald Trump and shaking their heads like you are, seeing that this is a travesty of justice?
Oh, I think a lot of them are. And that's even people who don't like Donald Trump. I mean, look, the ACLU, they're not exactly fans of Donald Trump. Look, they have come out and said, for example, that the gag order that this judge has imposed on Donald Trump, basically saying he can't criticize the court, he can't criticize Letitia James and the prosecutor, that is a fundamental violation of his First Amendment rights. Look, neither the judge nor Letitia James should be on this case. I think what they have done, the statements they have made, are a basic violation of the professional code of conduct that governs lawyers and the ethics rules governing judges. And yet nothing's being done about it. The state bar in New York has not done a thing about Letitia James, what I consider unethical and unprofessional behavior. And the higher courts, the highest court in New York, has done nothing about this judge who is clearly acting unethically in this case.
7:15 on Nashville's Morning News. More with Hans von Spakovsky coming up next. Want to check the roads very quickly from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. 7:15 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, partly cloudy and a high of 77, 57 now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline is Hans von Spakovsky. Donald Trump's day on the stand yesterday in New York, and we're talking about the gag order and how it. I guess the question, Hans, would be this: Trump yesterday in this back and forth with the judge. Do you think this benefits Donald Trump and the overall narrative of what's going on? Or is this just one of those things where if you're a Donald Trump supporter, you get it, and if you're somebody who hates Donald Trump, well, then you have your own opinion, and this just feeds into that opinion?
I think you've assessed the situation exactly right. The one thing that the back and forth does, I think, help Donald Trump with is when he appeals the decision that this judge is going to render against him. I'm sure this judge, look, the whole intent of this, I think very clearly, by both the judge and Letitia James, was it wasn't just to get Donald Trump, but to get as much of his money away from him as possible, because without that money, he can't do the things he does, right? He can't run for office. That's one of the ways of crippling him so that he can't run for office. And look, folks need to understand, I would have this reaction no matter which candidate this was, whether it was a Democrat or a Republican. This kind of lawfare, trying to use the law and the power of the government to go after candidates in these kind of pernicious, frankly, persecutions, it's wrong. And that is what's going on in this New York case. They want to make sure that as much of his wealth as possible is confiscated by the government, because they're hoping that will prevent him from being reelected as president.
Yeah, they're going after, number one, his ability to do business in New York, and number two, this thing is what, $250 million is what they're looking for. So it is insane, to say the least. Let me ask you, there's a lot being made, and as I said earlier, this is all about the accusation that Donald Trump overvalued his properties, specifically Mar-a-Lago. There are no victims in this case, and so this, for a lot of people like yours truly, it seems to me, and from what I've read, the banks aren't complaining. There is no one that was harmed by this, and number two, they got some people out there involved in this. I think is it the judge or whoever it is that said that Mar-a-Lago is only worth $18 million, when in reality it's worth like 80 or 90 million, just depending on who you ask, but certainly not 18 million.
No, in fact, I think local authorities in the county down where Mar-a-Lago is have disputed the judge's assessment. But then, what would this judge know? He's not a real estate appraiser. Why does he think his opinion is better than that of other analysts? But no, this statute that they are using is one of the most bizarre fraud statutes I've seen. Other states don't have this. In other states, in order to charge someone with fraud, you have to show that there was a financial loss, that someone was defrauded and lost money. This New York statute, apparently, you don't have to do that. And that's why this is another sign that they are really trying to go after him, because everybody involved in these deals, particularly the folks who lent the money in the first place, they all got their money paid back and they all made a profit. So what is the issue? Well, the only issue is they don't like Donald Trump, and that's why they're going after him.
Well, and the president tried to read a little disclaimer or something that was on all of the paperwork that he signed with the bank yesterday, and that was one of the things that the judge wouldn't allow him to read. And the president even said, and this is part of the news story, the president even said, let me read this. It will absolutely prove my innocence. And he wanted to read again, sort of like the disclaimer, whatever it is, that he had the bank sign and everybody signed on the paperwork, and the judge wouldn't let him read it.
That's right, because in this case, look, Donald Trump's not a lawyer, but he was correct in his assessment of what that disclaimer does. But obviously the judge doesn't want anything, whether it's the facts or the law, actually interfering with his ability to get Donald Trump.
So where does this go from here, Hans? Because clearly this whole thing is just complete and utter BS, and anybody with half a brain knows it. Where does this go from here? I mean, is it actually a possibility that Trump could lose the ability to, do business in New York and lose the $250 million and actually go to jail? And here's the other question that I would ask is it possible that in any one of these, you've got the classified documents, you've got the overvalued of property, there's a thing going on in Georgia with trying to overturn the election. Is it, in your legal mind, is it possible that Donald Trump will actually do jail time? And could he actually be a president who is either a president elected who is actually running the country behind bars, or is running for president while he's behind bars? I mean, where does this end?
The answer to that is yes and yes. Now, the New York case is a civil case. It's not a criminal case. So they're just trying to take away all his money. But the other cases, the federal cases, the case down in Georgia, those are criminal cases. And if he's convicted, he could go to jail. That would not prevent him, from a legal standpoint, from continuing to run for office. Although, as you know, they're even trying to prevent that with these, what I consider frivolous lawsuits they have filed, trying to get his name taken off the ballot in multiple states. Look, I don't know how it's possible for somebody to run for president when they're fighting off all these different lawsuits, but he's continuing to do it, so we're just going to have to see what happens. But, being in jail with a criminal conviction does not prevent you from serving as president if you have been elected.
Strange times indeed. Thankfully, we have Hans von Spakovsky to walk us through it all. Hans, as always, thank you very much for joining us here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And there is a lot going on, and we'll find out more at 7:30. Ken Weaver, what's coming up?
Well, Metro Legal is looking for a Covenant school shooter manifesto leaker. A legislative panel study on rejecting federal education dollars is underway. Voters in Kentucky decide a closely watched race today, and it's been 1 month since Hamas murdered innocent Israeli citizens, launching Israel into a full-scale war. We'll do an assessment coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. Get the speed you need at a great price with my friends at Xfinity Internet. Dan Mandis here. You know what's going on in my house with all three of us working on our computers, doing homework or radio shows. We depend on Xfinity Internet in my house, and you can too. You can get up to 5 times faster upload speeds for smoother connections on the largest gig speed network only from Xfinity. And Xfinity's gig speed internet is available to 99% of their footprint. In other words, it is fast, it is reliable, and pretty much everywhere. Now, you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, and you can stay connected on the go with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. Now, those 2 words say it all, fast and reliable. So get in touch with Xfinity and stay connected. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds, not available in all areas, performance may be limited by customer's device configuration.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARP happened, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11, or jumping into energy stocks, or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors, because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
728, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up, an update on the manifesto. There's been some updates, including we might be seeing more of it at some point today. Details straight ahead with Michael Patrick Leahy and the Tennessee Star, 729, Dr. Kevin Mitchell and the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They are thankful for you. And to celebrate the month of Thanksgiving, the Wellness Institute of Nashville, for the month of November only, is taking the 2023 special to a new level. 2 new patient appointments for $23. Basically, you're getting 2 for the price of 1. That's 2 exams, 2 x-rays, and a couple of treatments as well for you and your spouse, a friend, a family member, a loved one, whatever. Now, appointments must be booked together, but that is an absolutely terrific deal. Call them today at 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. The website, tell them Dan told you to reach out, is painisbad.com.
7:30 on the dot this Tuesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got summer-like weather on the way. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in Nashville, Metro Legal and Metro Police are not disputing the authenticity of writings purported to be part of the Covenant School Shooters Manifesto. Metro Police tells the Tennessee Star those images are not MNPD crime scene images. And Mayor Freddie O'Connell has ordered an investigation into who may have leaked that information. Meanwhile, a Covenant School parent and church leader at Woodmont Baptist Church, Brent Leatherwood, spoke on behalf of other parents yesterday, says he's been assured by Metro that a felony was committed and whomever's responsible will be brought to justice.
Families who have already suffered so much were left yet again to deal with this terror.
Leatherwood says he doesn't know for sure who leaked the material, but he blamed a member of the Metro Police Department. Elsewhere in Tennessee, a panel of 10 state lawmakers working to figure out if the state could pay for education without accepting any federal money and the strings attached are at it. Leaders appointed 8 Republicans and 2 Democrats to the panel, and the first meeting was held yesterday. Tennessee gets $1.9 billion in federal education funding each year, but Republican lawmakers are opposed to the federal policies tied to receiving that money and want to see if we can pay for it ourselves. Election 2023, voters head to the polls in several states today for an off-year election, and Kentucky chooses between incumbent Democrat Governor Andy Beshear and Republican Attorney General Daniel Cameron. The final Emerson College polling survey of Kentucky voters showed Beshear and Cameron in a dead heat, 47% each. Cameron did hold a 1-point lead over Beshear among undecideds. An Israel-Hamas war. Matt Rivers says Israeli forces have surrounded Gaza City, dividing the territory in 2.
It has been 1 month since more than 1,400 people were massacred here in southern Israel, hundreds more taken hostage by Hamas. This, as a grim milestone, is marked in Gaza. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry saying that more than 10,000 people have been killed since this conflict began.
Benjamin Netanyahu telling ABC World News Tonight anchor David Muir in an exclusive interview there will be no ceasefire without the release of hostages. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. Winter is on the way, and with it, possible snow, ice, and power outages as well. Big question you have to ask yourself is, are you ready? Dan Mandis here for Cove Generators. Now, they are experts in keeping your power on and your family safe. Be prepared this winter with a Generac home standby generator, the best generators around to keep your heat on, even if your power does go out. Now, Cove Generators are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer. Call them today and be prepared for winter. Now, at Cove Generators, all they do is generators, so they know what they're doing, and they do it at a fair price and terrific customer service. By the way, if you've already got a generator, call them to perform maintenance on your Generac automatic standby generator or any brand of generator that you own. Find them online at covegenerators.com and never lose power again. That's covegenerators.com. The phone number, 931-559-3311. Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Again, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 931-559-3311. covegenerators.com. 737, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening, along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver, Dan Mandis here, along with the Tennessee Stars, Michael Patrick Leahy. And, man, I got to tell you, what a news story yesterday was. You were on with Matt Murphy, if I'm not mistaken, and you were breaking news along with everybody else. And yesterday, you actually spoke to Steven Crowder himself after he released or leaked these 3 manifesto pages. What did he say?
I spoke with Steven Crowder yesterday afternoon. I know Steven. We had a program at PJTV about a decade ago. That's when he was getting started. So I know him, not well, but slightly. But we had an extensive conversation. And he told me a couple things. Number one, he did confirm that he obtained those 3 photographic images of documents that are part of the Covenant Killer Manifesto from a detective at MNPD. He confirmed that. That's point number one. Point number two, he said he's going to be releasing more information this morning at 9 a.m. Central Time.
So when you say more information, does that mean more pages?
We'll find out.
Like, part of my question is, okay, so how many pages does he have?
No, he only has those 3 pages. But we will see what more he may have. The other thing he told me, Dan, and you were surprised when I mentioned this to you this morning. He is being censored. His YouTube, his video that he did the program. He does a program like for 2 hours a day. That program is being censored by, wait for it, Facebook, Google, and YouTube. YouTube is just taking it down. Yeah, absolutely. So you've got the censorship industry
which is
going
crazy
on right
because
now.
have they not learned from the censoring of the laptop from hell that the American people are on to the censorship and they don't like the censorship, even if they understand that, why they're doing it. They may not agree, but why they're doing it. But we have this thing called the First Amendment.
This censorship is ubiquitous, and it's part of the efforts by mainstream media, social media folks, to stop information they don't want people to obtain. Well, guess what? It's backfiring big time. And I suspect that his traffic and his advertising revenue is going to increase dramatically. This is a major, major coup investigatively to get this information. Now, interestingly enough, Mayor Freddie O'Connell looks at all this information and now has assigned Metro Legal to investigate who leaked it. I suspect this is a very Nixonian approach, in my view, to keep this information from the public.
I guess the question is, and somebody was asking on the super text line, so this is a felony? I guess apparently what some are saying is that the person would be charged with a felony, whoever this detective is, if they get caught. And it's interesting because if you see the photos, it looks like somebody just snapped pictures of the manifesto. And from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the pages are apparently from the car of the shooter. And so they may have just taken the phone and snapped some photos?
That particular photo is designed to create that impression. Metro Nashville Police Department late yesterday released what can only be called a stonewalling denial about the authenticity of those documents. They said those are not official MNPD crime scene photos. Well, what does that mean?
Yeah, I saw that. That meant absolutely nothing. And originally, they said, well, we don't know who this person is or basically what they're talking about. And I was off the air by then, but I think I was on the phone with you. My head exploded. It's like, why do you get online? Why don't you find out who the guy is? And why don't you look at what he's released and tell us if that's the same thing that's in your files? It's not that hard. Metro Nashville Police?
The authenticity of these documents, Dan, has been confirmed.
Yeah.
We talked with a couple of members of the Tennessee General Assembly who've seen those documents. They confirmed they're authentic. Fox 17 has confirmed they're authentic. Matt Murphy, with his independent sources, has confirmed they're authentic. There's no question that these are authentic documents.
So I guess the question is, why would you, with all of the stuff that, some of these various social media companies have out there, what is it about this particular manifesto? Because I've read a fair share of manifestos in my day. And from what I saw on those 3 pages, it's the unhinged ramblings of a crazy person, obviously, but have they censored the other manifestos?
I suspect what's going on here, Dan, is that there are forces that don't want the rest of the documents released. And the other thing, too, to point out, the killer recorded a video shortly before she committed the crimes. What's on those videos? Who does she blame for her circumstance, her anger? There are forces, the group of parents, Covenant School itself, and Covenant Church are all trying to keep this out of the public eye, but their arguments are not sound statutorily.
No.
They are emotional, entirely emotional.
A lot of people are asking. There's this guy. I played a bunch of this audio in the 5 o'clock hour. Let me throw some of this in here now. Covenant parent Brent Leatherwood, who is also a big part of the Southern Baptist Church, and I guess he's a spokesperson for the parents involved in Covenant, and he was getting all kinds of airtime yesterday, castigating whoever it was that leaked this and so forth. And this is part of what he had to say.
Parents and families came together to prevent this exact moment from happening, to prevent the re-victimizing of our children and prevent further trauma to our families, because we knew that these writings, these thoughts from the shooter were heinous. We knew that they were evil. Just today, I've received numerous phone calls from fellow parents, upset and afraid to even look online at the images that are going all across social media.
Now, look, Michael, I have heard from a number of Covenant parents, I think that we all have, who have the exact opposite opinion of what should happen with this manifesto. And that goes right back to what you were saying, which is this feels like it's more of an emotional demand from the parents who are traumatized. And I totally get that. I do. I understand that. But at the same time, there's a lot that we can learn from the manifesto. And some smart aleck on the super text line said, okay, Mandis, well, then if you're so smart, what can you learn as a layman from the manifesto? Oh, we'll talk about that straight ahead with Michael Patrick Leahy from the Tennessee Star, 745. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. 746, partly cloudy today, a high of 77. And right now, 60 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN with Michael Patrick Leahy from the Tennessee Star. Dan Mandis here. And somebody asking me, okay, Dan, as a layman, what can you learn about the released pages of the manifesto? Well, here's the deal. It's not what I can learn. It's about what independent investigative analysts can learn. That's the whole point, folks, because no offense to, well, I mean this very offensively to the FBI. I don't trust the FBI. I don't trust the government. And quite frankly, I'm a big supporter of the police, but I don't necessarily trust the apparatus of the police. But Michael, there's a lot of things that we can learn from the manifesto.
Yeah, and the reason that there's a state law that requires the release of these documents, it's right there in Tennessee Public Records Law. It was passed in statute. It was confirmed by the Tennessee Supreme Court. The reason for state law and federal law is the legislators believe that releasing these documents will provide information that could possibly stop future such actions. In particular, Dan, in this case, obviously this was a very troubled young person, mentally ill, born woman, who identified as a transgender male. So here's some questions. What kind of treatment was she receiving?
Yep.
Number one. Number two, Was she taking any drugs?
Psychotropic drugs?
Or was she getting testosterone? Did that affect her?
Yep.
What did her therapist know and say about this, right? What is it that we could possibly do to identify children or people who have these problems, and what can we do to stop it in the future? That's important from a public policy perspective.
Well, yeah, because we had a special session, the whole thing about, red flag laws, and you got folks on the left that are, talking about guns, and I don't want to get into that here, but the point is that if we're going to try to stop this from happening again, we do need all, and I do mean all of the information. Phil Williams, of course, pointed out yesterday, he said on Twitter from Channel 5 that this is only 3 pages of selectively leaked pages of the manifesto. And basically what Phil was saying, I'm going to paraphrase here, was that the agenda is to say this is somehow some anti-white, anti-Christian, whatever it is, conservatives trying to set some sort of a narrative. Well, to me, and Phil Williams agrees, that's why we do need to see all of this. And what Phil says is that he's spoken to people who have seen it, and he says that equal opportunity hater, that this shooter hated everybody, not just, young, white, rich kids.
Well, Phil has stated in his tweets that the entire thing should be released. I agree. However, and he says they've asked for it to be released. I am a plaintiff individually in the state case.
Yep.
My company, the Tennessee Star, is also a plaintiff in the state case against Metro Nashville Police Department, and also against the FBI in federal court. I note with interest that Phil Williams individually is not a plaintiff in either case, nor is his company, News Channel 5, which is owned by a very, very big company, Scripps. So Phil needs to put his money where his mouth is in that instance. And I do think it is absolutely in the public interest, as set forth in Tennessee's statute, to release this information so law enforcement can obtain more information for planning to stop these kinds of things in the future. As I suppose you could say, as Barney Fife used to say on Andy Griffith, nip it in the bud. That's the kind of thing I think that they need to be doing.
Well, and one of the other things that folks have said is that this is the hashtag MAGA people trying to drum up some sort of a narrative like this is an anti-white thing. And, to me, I don't know about you, Michael Patrick Leahy, I don't necessarily see the Tennessean as hashtag MAGA, but they also want to see this released.
They're not. But the interesting thing is that as an early organizer of the Tea Party movement, as a supporter of Donald Trump, as a supporter of the America First movement, but as a journalist, I here have a particular interest in getting this documentation released to the entire public. I don't care what it says. I want it out there. And this should be the case for any mass murderer. Get that documentation out because it's the law and it's in the public interest.
So what do you think happens next? You got any predictions? I mean, we've got these. It almost feels like they have to now release the rest of it, because if what Phil Williams says is true, which is this was an equal opportunity hater, then, all right, well, then let's see the rest of the documents to confirm that, because cat's kind of out of the bag, so they don't want to leave it hanging with where it is.
This is the argument that our attorneys, I think, are going to make in federal court. I think that the federal court may decide that is correct. However, Metro Nashville Police Department and Mayor Freddie O'Connell are adopting a stonewalling strategy. They apparently want to find whoever released it and prosecute that person. It is a rare crime that Freddie O'Connell seeks to prosecute, right?
Yes.
So
it's exactly.
It's a big mistake.
Freddie O'Connell finally wants to go after someone for committing a crime. Well done. And well done, Michael Patrick Leahy. What else is coming up today with the Tennessee Star?
Well, at
yes.
2:06.
Yes.
At 2:06 this afternoon on Matt Murphy's program, we may have Steven Crowder himself talking about what he has released earlier today. So stay tuned.
possibly 206. Steven Crowder, maybe possibly on with Matt Murphy. We are working on that. And Ken Weaver is working on his newscast for 8 o'clock. Michael Patrick Leahy, thank you very much. Ken, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we're going to talk more about what Michael just told us. We may not have seen the last of leaked Covenant school shooter material. Also, a legislative panel has begun its work studying whether or not Tennessee needs any federal education dollars and the strings that are attached to it. And it's been 1 month since Hamas murdered innocent Israelis, leading to today's war. We'll have an assessment at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. At 7:52, I want to tell you about my friends at Loan Pronto. So many people, maybe you, buried in credit card debt these days. Loan Pronto can help you. Listen, what if you could be credit card debt-free in 10 days and save as much as $1,000 a month? Well, Loan Pronto can help you do that. Times are tough. Interest rates are really, really high. You shouldn't be stuck with a really high interest rate on a credit card. Loan Pronto can help you consolidate those credit card debts, pay those credit card debts off, and then you can have that one low monthly payment. It is fast. Express Equity Credit Line from Loan Pronto can get you closed and debt-free in 7 to 10 days. And a $50,000 loan is only going to cost you around $400 a month with Loan Pronto. Ask about their amazing VA loan program as well. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. You can find them online. It's loanpronto.com. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
7:57, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up, Ken Weaver with the news. And in the next segment, I think I'm going to do a number of things, but there's a lot of stories. I've been really busy today. You folks have no idea how busy I am in here. So coming up next, a bunch of stories that I have not yet been able to get to. Just a bunch of headlines, just kind of like an FYI kind of a thing. That and a whole lot more is straight ahead. How's that for a tease? On Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I'm here at the Nashville Rescue Mission doing the interviews that I look forward to doing every single year. These are incredible stories of people who have had amazing recoveries. Thanks to this amazing facility, they are able to get clean and lead a more productive life. The date of our annual radiothon is going to be Monday, November 20th. Listen in and please donate. You can get more information at 99.7 WTN, including a link to the website for Nashville's Rescue Mission.
Eight o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Couple of summer-like days ahead before change. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in Nashville, Metro Legal and Metro Police are not disputing the authenticity of the purported images of the Covenant School Shooters Manifesto posted all over social media. There could be more today, says the Tennessee Star's Michael Patrick Leahy, who tells WTN's Dan Mandis he has spoken to Stephen Crowder, who released those images yesterday.
He said he's going to be releasing more information this morning at 9 a.m. Central Time.
So when you say more information, does that mean more pages?
We'll find out.
Like, part of my question is, okay, so how many pages does he have?
No, he only has those 3 pages. But we will see what more he may have.
Meanwhile, Covenant School parent and Woodmont Baptist Church leader Brent Leatherwood told reporters he's been assured by Metro that this leaker will face felony charges. Right now in Tennessee, the work to figure out if Tennessee can pay for education without federal money and the strings attached is underway. Legislative leaders appointed the 10-member panel, 8 Republicans and 2 Democrats, to study the issue and get back to them with recommendations. The panel had its first meeting yesterday. They'll meet today and tomorrow, and then next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. Tennessee gets nearly $2 billion in federal education funding every year. Election 2023. Voters head to the polls in several states and cities, and the country closely watching these races for signs of what may be to come in the upcoming presidential race. Mary Bruce says there are important governor races happening in Kentucky and Mississippi.
Down in Kentucky, the popular Democratic governor there, Andy Beshear, he's looking for a second term in that Republican-dominated state. His challenger, Daniel Cameron, though, is trying very hard to try and tie him to President Biden. And down in Mississippi, this is a really incredible race, a very tight, surprisingly tight race between an unpopular incumbent who is now mired in a welfare fund scandal. His opponent, get this, only in Mississippi. He's also a cousin of Elvis Presley.
Well, the final Emerson College polling survey of Kentucky voters showed Beshear and Cameron in a dead heat, 47% each. Cameron, though, held a 1-point lead over Bashir among undecideds. Israel-Hamas war. Matt Rivers says today marks 1 month since Hamas murdered thousands of Israelis, triggering the conflict, and Israel's prime minister expressing openness to pauses in the fighting yesterday.
The Biden administration proposing a humanitarian pause to get aid into Gaza and get more than 240 hostages out. Our David Muir speaking exclusively with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
There will be no ceasefire, general ceasefire in Gaza without the release of our hostages.
If Hamas agrees to release the hostages, then there would be a pause.
Well, there'd be a ceasefire for that purpose. And we're waiting for that to happen. It hasn't happened so far.
Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Right now, futures are down ahead of this morning's open on Wall Street. Dow futures down 90, S&P down 10, NASDAQ down 31. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Thank you very much for joining us, along with Ken Weaver and Johnny B. There is a lot going on. You know, I always turn off the microphone at 8:58, and I think, there's so many stories that I didn't get to cover today. And I feel like I need to do, I'm not going to, but I feel like I need to do a segment just on the stories that I don't get to every single day. Because there's always a lot. For example, this Daily Mail. Rashida Tlaib's fiery criticisms of Israel prompt a new censure battle in the House. White House is now calling the Congresswoman's genocide accusation irresponsible. Now, here's the thing with Rashida Tlaib. Obviously, she's unhinged. I don't need to play you the audio yet again of her attacking Israel and saying that Israel, they were the ones that attacked that hospital, that killed all those people. That was an out-and-out lie. And she never took that back. And so she should absolutely be censured. And I can't believe, I guarantee you she's going to be reelected. But she's off her rocker, Rashida Tlaib is. And so I actually do appreciate the fact that the White House is now calling her genocide accusations irresponsible. But here's the thing, is that we are seeing so much anti-Semitism across America. Where are the calls from people on her side of the aisle stating that she's an extremist and that she's dangerous and that she is a threat to our democracy and that she is encouraging violence? Because isn't that what they said about Donald Trump? Isn't that what they said about Donald Trump over and over again? Yes, it is. And so you have all of these, and it's not just Rashida Tlaib. It's a lot of these folks on the left, and yes, some people even in the media too, where they start talking about how Israel is, engaged in genocide and killing all of these innocent people, when in reality, and I'm not going to do a whole Hamas thing here, but in reality, number one, Hamas started it. That's number one. Number two, they're using all of these people as human shields. I mean, I don't need to go on with this. You know this. I strongly suspect that Rashida Tlaib knows this as well. But when you look at the words of what Rashida Tlaib is saying, and then you look at the rise in anti-Semitism across America, I could very easily say that she is encouraging violence. As a matter of fact, I will. From the Daily Mail. A Jewish man named Paul Kessler, 69 years old, was attacked with a megaphone and killed in what is being called a hate crime on the streets of California during a clash between protesters at an Israel-Palestine rally. 69 years old, this elderly Jewish protester, during a skirmish with a pro-Palestine supporter on Sunday, and they were engaged in a conversation, it would appear, and one of these pro-Palestinian people hit him over the head. He fell backwards, hit his head, and he died. So my question would be, because listen, what's good for the goose, right? So if there was some sort of a Donald Trump connection to all of this, you know that Donald Trump would have blood on his hands. So what about Rashida Tlaib? I think inquiring minds want to know. And it's very sad. I mean, it is incredibly sad. This 69-year-old person. And I will say, by the way, that in the photographs, as this is happening, there is one of these Free Palestine people over him trying to render aid. But the question would be from yours truly as, again, a guy who is, watching these kinds of things, where is the media on all of this? Inquiring minds want to know. I mean, there's a number of different stories like that that's out there today, as we do see all of this happening across the country, all of this anti-Semitism that is rising. There's another story out there of a woman who drove her car into a building, and she thought that it was some sort of a Jewish school. And she drove her car right into the damn building. And so we're seeing more and more of this. And so the more that we see this, the worse it's going to continue to get. So then the question is going to be, what happens next in this country? Because the more that you have people on the left, the more that you have the media, the further we get away from what happened on October 7th, a month ago. It took a month for a lot of these people in the media to fold, and fold very quickly, like in 30 days. Because now you have all of these people in the media demanding a ceasefire, and I love that Benjamin Netanyahu is basically telling people to go stick it. You know, there may be a pause to get some humanitarian aid going in there, as long as they can ensure that it doesn't end up in the hands of Hamas. But by and large, Benjamin Netanyahu is saying, no, that's not what we're going to do. We are going to defend ourselves. And I'm not going to go through the, very familiar monologue now about how calling for a ceasefire is anti-Semitism, but it is. Because if you're calling for a ceasefire, then you want Hamas to survive, and that means that you want Israel and the innocent people of Israel to be attacked again. So that's my question. Where are the news articles that are saying that Rashida Tlaib has blood on her hands for spreading all of this vile anti-Semitic stuff? And where is the censure? 8:15, time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. Partly cloudy today, a high of 77. And Johnny, you told me it is 61 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thanks for listening to Nashville's Morning News. A couple of other stories for you. The more that we go into some of these things that are going on from the polling. Yesterday, we told you about all the polling with Donald Trump. And where it turns out that in some of these battleground states, Donald Trump, if the election were held today, Donald Trump would beat Joe Biden. You know what? What are the questions I would ask some of these never-Trumpers who are Republican? How is it that you are still sort of clutching to this notion that Donald Trump cannot win a general election? I mean, how is it that you're still clutching to that? Because we've seen poll after poll that shows that if it was Trump versus Biden, he would win. And I do understand, please understand that I know. You don't need to hammer me on the super text line. I get it. We're a year away. But there are still people that are saying that Donald Trump can't win. And I don't understand that sentiment when there's so many now different polls that are out there showing that Donald Trump can win a general election. At the very least, give a benefit of the doubt that maybe he could win. Biden's primary opponent, Dean Phillips, is now telling Democrats to face the realities and listen to the American people after this astonishing poll showing Joe losing to Donald Trump in key swing states. Here's the other, you know who's actually making some sense out there, guys? The sweatshirt that won't shut up. John Fetterman actually is out there now calling out Gavin Newsom. You know what Fetterman said? Fetterman actually called out Gavin Newsom and said that what Newsom is doing, and we've been, all talking about this, but Newsom is basically running a shadow campaign against Joe Biden. That's exactly what Gavin Newsom is doing. Remember when he went to China? He's playing basketball with those kids and he bowled over that little Chinese kid. Remember that?
Yeah. Yes.
That was a highlight of my week last week. It really was. Anyway, so John Fetterman is kind of calling out Gavin Newsom, saying just at least have the testicular fortitude. If you want to run, Gavin Newsom, then announce, have some guts, and call it. And say that you're actually running against Joe Biden instead of sort of tiptoeing your way in. Because that really is. I mean, Dean Phillips, and I don't know anything about Dean Phillips, but, this is a guy who is absolutely right. The Democrats do need to face the realities and listen to the American people. And here's the thing. I'm sitting here and I was thinking about this on my way home yesterday. I was thinking on, 40 eastbound. Who do I want to face if it is Donald Trump, whether he's running his campaign from a jail cell or not? Who do I want Donald Trump to be running against? Dean Phillips? Joe Biden? Michelle Obama? Oprah? Gavin Newsom? I think that I want Donald Trump to run against Joe Biden. I do. Because nothing would satisfy me more than Joe Biden, getting a slap across the head from the American people. Because for once, I would like to see Joe Biden or a Biden face some accountability. Because let's face it, as we looked at the polling yesterday, what did we see? Issue after issue after issue. That is nothing but Joe Biden's own doing. And the American people are pissed. And so it really would be nice, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be nice for finally a Biden to face some accountability? Because it sure as hell isn't going to be Hunter Biden. It's probably not going to be James Biden. So what about Joe? Because Joe Biden has done more to screw up this country than Jimmy Carter. And listen, I am no historian by any stretch of the imagination. But I think the presidency of Joe Biden is far worse than Jimmy Carter, isn't it? I mean, we had, Jimmy Carter, the problems with the economy and the energy crisis and all that, and I do understand that. But when you look at all of the other things, Jimmy Carter didn't have, as far as I know, Jimmy Carter didn't have the corruption allegations that Joe Biden does. I don't know. I don't believe that Biden certainly has a huge illegal immigration problem that Jimmy Carter did not have. So I think that, and again, not being a historian, but at least by, by current day measures, Joe Biden is the worst ever. And so I would like to see, at the very least, a Biden actually suffer some consequences. Because let's face it, the rest of us across America are certainly suffering the consequences. And here's the thing, is that roughly half of us didn't even vote for this guy. Yet there's still people on the other side of the aisle that are saying, oh, yeah, Joe Biden's the guy. Oh, yeah, Bidenomics. Oh, yeah, it's great. No, it's really not. 8:21, time to check in with Ken Weaver, find out what's happening in the news at 8:30.
Well, Metro Legal and Metro Police say they cannot dispute the authenticity of the Covenant school shooters' writings posted to social media. We also were told by the Tennessee Star's Michael Patrick Leahy that Steven Crowder told him there could be more of that material released today. We're waiting on that. Got the latest money news coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6766. Carter was incompetent. Biden is planned destruction. Planned or not, man, that is absolutely correct. Joe Biden is destruction. Let's see here. 9707. I was actually alive for Jimmy Carter. Biden is actually way worse. 9707 says, bottom line, Biden has the media protecting him. They were savage on Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter was 1977, right? So I was like 10 years old. Ken, you're about 10. Johnny, you were probably 17, 18 years old, something like that?
That's correct.
So Jimmy Carter was before I was, paying attention to politics. All I remember about Jimmy Carter was me being 10 years old, really having to go to the bathroom and sitting in a gas line.
Yeah, that's all I remember of the Carter years.
And doing my homework, having to do my homework in the car while trying, not to break it to my mother that I had to go to the bathroom at the age of 10 years old.
I lived in Oklahoma. There was plenty of gas.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, that's where we make it.
Yes.
I lived in Los Angeles, and no gas there.
No.
Now, here in Nashville, I just moved here, and it was gas lines. It was.
You had gas lines here?
Oh, man, it was awful.
It was brutal, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Let's see here. 1607 says Trump can beat anyone out there. And he's the only Republican that ain't sold out to the elites. Stop being fake news, Mandis. Whatever.
Just can't please everybody, Dan.
You know what, though? I've started to, I was mentioning earlier, I got that threatening text yesterday on my cell phone. Don't know who that was, but it was a threat. But I'm actually enjoying the insults on the super text line. I do. I don't know why I do. It's like, what do they call it? Masochistic? We should start calling the text line the masochistic line.
The masochists.
The super masochist.
Yeah, the super masochist.
The super masochist line.
Yes.
There's no way I could pull that off every day. But anyway, thank you for the text. 615-737-9986. And time to talk about my buddy John Griffith. If you're looking for a personal injury attorney, it can be stressful at an already stressful time, which is why I do endorse John Griffith and all the legal eagles at Griffith Law. Now, John was honored as the Outstanding Trial Lawyer of the Year here in the state of Tennessee a few years back, and that's one of many reasons why I do endorse John and his team at Griffith Law. Now, John literally wrote the book on how to handle these types of cases and help clients get what they deserve. Now, John and his team of experts at Griffith Law, you're not just another case to them or a quick settlement. They are going to get to know you, your case, and then work hard to ensure that you are made whole after an accident. So check them out today, and you may not need a personal injury attorney today, tomorrow, next week, or next year. But when you do, please remember the guy that I endorse, John Griffith and Griffith Law. 615-807-7900, 615-807-7900 for personal injury attorney John Griffith, griffithinjurylaw.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARP happened, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11 or jumping into energy stocks or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Man, that's fake news. That Awaken 180 spot. Did it say I lost 5 pounds?
I think it said 2.5 pounds.
No,
I'm just joking.
That's an old fake news.
Fake news. Fake news on the weight loss.
Man, I lost like 20 pounds on Awaken 180. Somebody update that
great.
spot.
I mean, you're looking great, dude.
Why am I all offended about this?
I don't know, but you got.
I know, Johnny. I'm running late.
Fighting words.
Yeah, 5 pounds apparently is fighting words to Mandis. Whatever. Window Nation. Listen, I've got Window Nation windows in my basement studio, and if you're thinking about getting new windows, you need to call these folks today. The temperatures will be dropping rapidly and will be dropping rapidly soon. Energy costs are on the rise. If you have old, drafty windows, your furnace is working harder than ever to keep your family warm. Window Nation wants to help you this month with 0% financing for 5 years, plus 2 free windows with every 2 that you buy. Check these folks out at Window Nation. Also, they've got a great deal going on for you right now. You've got to call them at 866-90NATION, 866-90NATION, windownation.com. They've got over 10,000 positive online reviews. This is the company that I went through for my new windows, and you should as well. And remember that great deal. Call it a Dan deal. Get 0% interest for 5 years. Plus, buy 2 free windows. You get 2 free windows for every 2 that you buy. There is no limit. Save thousands on your new windows, and your energy bills will also go down with Window Nation. 866-90NATION is the phone number. 866-90NATION, windownation.com. God.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. And right now in Nashville, Metro Legal and Metro Police are not disputing the authenticity of writings purported to be part of the Covenant School Shooters Manifesto. Posted all over social media yesterday. But Mayor Freddie O'Connell has ordered an investigation to see if those 3 pages posted to social media were leaked. And we're told by the Tennessee Star that Stephen Crowder said he would be releasing more today. It is Election Day in several states, including Kentucky, where voters will choose between incumbent Democratic Governor Andy Beshear and Republican challenger Attorney General Daniel Cameron. Cameron and Beshear were in a dead heat, according to late polling, but Cameron had a slight lead among undecideds. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
The Nasdaq may be headed for its first daily loss in a week. The composite was set to give up a fraction at the opening. S&P futures were down 0.2%. The Dow Jones appeared ready to surrender 70 points to start the day. The Dow Jones on Monday rose 34 points and remained above 34,000. The Standard & Poor's 500 picked up 0.2%. The Nasdaq composite managed a 0.3% gain on Monday. General Motors is said to be considering plans to add a new lower-cost electric vehicle to its Bolt lineup of EVs. Reuters says the idea was floated in the recent agreement between the automaker and the United Auto Workers Union. And plenty of Americans appear to be tickled over pickles. That has condiments giant Heinz set to release a pickle-flavored ketchup. It's being released first in the United Kingdom. It should hit American store shelves sometime in the next year.
All right, let's check stocks now that we're 3 minutes into the trading day. It's all green on the screen. Dow is up 34, S&P up 7, NASDAQ up 40. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
I'm sorry, 8:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Four Amigos. So apparently, Johnny and Ken and Chris, I am fake news.
Fake news by Dan Mandis.
I have been rebuked by not only Matt Murphy, but also Pamela Furr, both of whom I love. Because apparently the spot that was talking about how I'd only lost 5 pounds and I've lost more than that, like 20, 25, something like that on Awaken 180. Well, it said in the first week. So I did lose 5 pounds in the first week. So the commercial itself was actually true. However, what I would also say is that they should still update the commercial. Hi, Chris.
Hey. Also true, Dan was actually insulted. What did they say?
That's exactly right. Guy said, Mandis, you were insulted just because you're from California. I don't know why you would say that, but whatever. Johnny's here, Ken's here, Chris is here. Time for the Gang of Four Amigos. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Good morning, boys.
So Chris has brought some audio here. And Chris, you want to set this up?
Yeah, there's a drag queen who's raging. Apparently, there's religious gatekeeping at the Grammys, and there's a drag queen by the name of Flamey Grant.
Flamey Grant. Now, the reason why
Ah.
I wasn't ready when the music started is because I was listening to Flamey Grant.
We're jamming. So anyway, a Christian drag queen. This is, I know, a Christian drag queen is angry that his album has been disqualified from the contemporary Christian category at the Grammys, and he's blaming religious gatekeeping.
So here's...
But you're not the keeper of the pearly gate, and it's been...
It's called Good Day.
Well, it wasn't when they recorded this.
Anyway.
Good day to come back home. You sent me away.
Now, Flamey Grant, pink hair.
I love the name.
And I don't know, how would you describe Flamey Grant?
Thick.
Yep.
Big old boy. Big old boy.
Whatever. Flamey Grant.
Yes, yeah.
Well, he's apparently in a recent Facebook post, Flamey Grant, whose real name is Matthew Blake, is claiming that the religious gatekeeping is holding him down. And he also called out the depth of corruption in Christian music, which he said includes Zionism or the support for the existence of Israel, while claiming that queer Christians are being unfairly demonized and marginalized by the larger Christian community.
Yeah, take that over into some of the Islamic states and see how that goes over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the Bible Belt baby tour is going to Gaza anytime soon.
Yeah. Flamey Grant not going to do an Iran tour.
We're going to do a humanitarian tour stop in Gaza.
Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Chris, have you felt any amount of hatred from the super text lines or from listeners, by and large, generally speaking, over the last couple of days? People are getting hostile. Like I was talking about this earlier. I got a threatening text on my phone yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, to my phone. Yeah. So have you been? I've been monitoring the super text line, and 98% of it is positive, and then I get the occasional, nasty gram, which is fine.
I get some pretty hostile remarks about possibly being Canadian every now and again. It never fails. What do you know, you Canuck? Oh, all right, sorry.
I think Friday on Nashville's Morning News, we should have Chris Hand Day, and we'll all wear Bryan Adams t-shirts. Apparently, they're on a delayed reaction in there. I thought that was funny. Maybe not. We'll
I'm going to carry a knife.
We'll bring you some Canadian bacon.
Perfect.
That we could do all things.
It's just ham, Dan. It's just ham.
You ever actually had Canadian bacon?
Yeah, it's all right.
It's ham.
Yeah,
it's basically what it is.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, we can have Chris Hand Day.
Let's get some poutine in here.
I'll go for that.
That'd be baller.
Poutine. Now we've talked about poutine before.
Beef gravy, cheese curds over French fries.
Ooh, that's real good. I don't think that's on my Awaken 180 diet.
It's not, but it's good. It's it's worth going back on it for a little bit.
If we eat enough poutine, we can make that commercial accurate again.
Yeah, we sure can, boy.
Back to 5 pounds.
Back to 5 pounds.
And then you wouldn't be fake news, Brother Dan Mandis.
No, that's exactly right. I don't know if you heard, but Steven Crowder might be coming on Matt Murphy's show a little bit later on
I did.
today.
That's very exciting. I mean, it seems like more news is going to be break. He won't be doing any of this on YouTube, it appears.
No, YouTube. Now, have they pulled his... I was talking to Michael Patrick Leahy. Have these social media companies not learned about censorship? Because we all know what happened with a laptop from hell and how the American people clearly distrust the social media companies because of their censorship.
Well, I think one of the things that we can learn from the laptop story, though, is that the censorship worked for a large portion of Americans, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they did learn from that, and maybe they're just doubling down. But, I mean, yeah, they've removed all of his reporting on the manifesto, and they're claiming that it's a violation of violent criminal organizations policy.
Wait, what?
Yep. That's
Say
what
that again?
YouTube is claiming that it's a violation of the violent criminal organizations policy. They sent him a notice that said, we wanted to let you know our team reviewed your content, and we think it violates our violent criminal organizations policy.
Violent criminal organizations policy. Okay.
So it's over to Rumble, boys.
I was going to say, I mean, and people keep saying, why isn't Super Talk TV on Rumble? And apparently because the program that we use or something to that effect does not translate over to Rumble. Because I would love to be. That's where I would love to be.
That's when we first were talking about launching Super Talk TV.
That's right. We did. We talked about Rumble.
We said we should just do Rumble.
It may be where you need to go. I mean, if these mainstreams are going to cut off information.
If Steven Crowder is getting removed from his own channel for reporting on this, are we going to get a strike on our channel today if he comes on Murphy's show and start talking about it?
Right.
Oh, that's a great point. I don't know.
At this point, a strike is like a badge of honor.
Unless you're corporate here at WTN, because we did get a strike. I think, do you guys remember what the strike was that we got? It was on the morning show.
Somebody in Argentina didn't like us.
Yeah, because they were Ken Weaver fans, and the camera wasn't working for Ken that morning.
That's what it was. And people in Argentina, they rose up.
They raised hell.
That is not what happened.
No, we did something. I forget what it was that we did, but we did something, and we raised the ire of people in Argentina, and I got. There's no other way to say it.
You got canceled.
I got in trouble.
You got called to the office of no.
I got called to the office of no.
Oh.
And they said, why are you pissing off people in Argentina? And I said, I have no idea.
We didn't mean to.
I don't even know how to speak Argentinianese.
Best I can do is hit you with a Mike Pence. I'm so sorry. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
You see, the problem is you go down into the office of no and you throw down an I don't know. And they just think you're having a seizure because they're not in on the joke. So there is that part of that is. Oh, look! Everybody got silent. Nobody
I laughed. Nobody was funny.
Nobody
laughed as well.
Nobody wants to laugh at a joke designed, towards the office of no. That's okay. I'll be the one to throw his career completely away.
I love the office of no.
Listen, I love the office.
Everybody down there is the best.
Yeah, everybody. No, Chris, do you mean that?
I sure do.
Okay.
I go down there all the time.
Me too. I love those people down there at the office of no.
I like being told no a lot.
The office.
That's why I'm enjoying my marriage. I've been told no a lot. I'm used to it.
Sure, it's what we're used
Johnny,
to.
no.
It's funny. The office of no has turned into the entire floor of no down there on one. Have you noticed that?
It's the no flow.
It's the no flow. Anyway, all right. What's coming up after the news at 9?
Well, we're going to be digging into, all the manifesto stuff. Crowder getting pulled from YouTube. We're going to talk about, we didn't really have a chance yesterday to talk about the Palestinian insurrection that happened over the weekend in D.C. So we're going to go down that. We're going to go down poll numbers. Also, Nick Sortor, a reporter, is going to be joining us at 10:35 to talk about the evidence that the FBI is still holding on to with the Nashville manifesto and what they got from raiding the home of Audrey Hale.
I mean, there's a lot. We still don't know. There's apparently a 10-minute video.
Yeah.
That's out there. So
well, and they're saying that there's been a lot more interactions between Audrey Hale and the school that we even know.
Well, yeah. She used to go to the school and
yeah.
There's a lot we don't know, and this is why we need to know what's going on. A lot of people, here's what I noticed, and I saw that you were taking calls on it yesterday. Did you have anybody that called in and disagreed with the manifesto being released, or the 3 pages being leaked?
I didn't have anybody really disagree with it being released. I had somebody disagree with me saying that we should blame the parents. But that's about it.
Blame the parents of the shooter?
Of the shooter, yeah. They didn't think that should be the case.
No, I mean, sometimes...
They wanted to blame Metro Nashville schools, Metro Nashville police, and just the current culture for creating what we witnessed.
Can I just say that sometimes people are just crazy? Like, is it okay to say that? Sometimes people are just crazy, and you can't always blame parents for what their kids end up turning into, because as you do everything you can to raise your kids the right way, there's so much of this stuff that this, Chris. There's so much stuff out there that is contrary to what you teach your kids. And I mean, I hear from parents all the time that say that kids went off to college, they moved out, and they turned into these flaming liberals. I mean, that is unfortunately what happens. And
yep, many such cases.
Yeah, absolutely, many such cases. And people have chemical imbalances, which is why we need to know all we need to know about Audrey Hale. This is what we need to know.
And one of the things that I think is interesting, and if you've watched any videos of detransitioners, people that have started the transitioning into what that testosterone does to women. Yep. Will make them fly off into a rage. Like they're not built for that much testosterone to be going into their body. So if that was part of it, we want to know. Let us know.
Well, it's not that we want to know; it's that we have to know.
Amen.
All right, it is 8:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. News is coming up at 9, and Ken Weaver, what is coming up?
Well, we'll tell you what else we've learned after the release of the Covenant school shooter writings, and a panel to study rejecting federal education dollars has started their work here in Tennessee. These stories and more at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Ken Weaver. It is 8:50 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. I want to tell you about my friends at the Kellum Stem Cell Institute. So many of us deal with sports injuries like concussions, Lou Gehrig's disease, autism as well. There is now good news, whether it is you or a loved one suffering. There's now a cutting-edge treatment available for you from the Kellum Stem Cell Institute. Dr. Ethan Kellum specializes in the harvesting of and then redeploying of your own stem cells to attack inflammation in your body to help it heal. Again, it attacks inflammation in your body to help it heal. Now, this is your body providing your cells and your solutions, and Dr. Ethan Kellum, he can help you today. He's been named as an official doctor for the Tennessee Titans. I would say more important, he can be your doctor as well. And all you've got to do is call him at 615-850-4415, 615-850-4415. They do now accept Care Credit. This is an organization and a doctor that can help you today. KELLUM, the Kellum Stem Cell Institute.com. They can help you with congestive heart failure and lung issues, from asthma to arthritis. They can help you today. This is your body, your cells, and your solution. 615-850-4415.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Today's show happened because I saw a comment. He said, why don't you do something on doves and dove fields and how to find them and things like that. So yeah, all right. Good idea. It's past the opening day, but like you said, it can work. Yeah. Because the season is long. It runs for 90 days and there's 3 segments, so we're going to cover all that today. Let's rattle off the season. September 1 through September 28th is the first segment of Dove, and then October 14th through November 5th, and then December 8th through January 15th. 15 is your bag limit. So September 1 is opening day, and that's at noon in Tennessee.
September 1st has been one of those days. I mean, you'll see guys. I mean, they'll take off work. Have big cooking and getting together with friends, and it's kind of neat to see.
Yeah. Historically, it's a huge social event. I'd say the majority of the hunters probably hunt opening day, opening weekend, and then won't pick up a shotgun until next year. So,
we have 2 other segments besides this one. Running in October, and then even all the way through was that January 15th. There's a lot of opportunity throughout the year.
On our website, tnwildlife.org, on our homepage, you can click the button there to dove hunting info and fields is what the button's titled. It's got all the information on dove hunting. You can find the fields there. So let's talk about how to find a field. You click on Region 2, it pulls up the options that are available, and get down to Bark Camp Barrens, and you see it's open statewide. So the hunting's not over there. There's still opportunity. Even though we had a big opening day, let it die down a little bit and get back in there. You're going to have some good hunting, I think, there, sounds like, anyway.
8:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Chris, somebody says that you and Murphy are in cahoots, and you're sending me prank texts and prank phone calls. Is that what's going on?
No. Why would I prank you? You're my boss. I have too much respect, and
oh, please,
you're
pranking me right now. Even Johnny knows that's a bunch of BS. By the way, I thought of you, Chris, when I saw this story. I don't know if you've got this in your litany of stories today, but again, this is just Chris and I were talking off the air about how we get off the air, and it's like there's so much news out there, and I don't want you people to think that I completely miss stories. It's just there's only so much time in a day. Headline from the Daily Mail, Jim Jordan, of course, DHS officials created a disinformation group at Stanford University to help censor American speech on social media ahead of the 2020 election, according to bombshell emails. The House Judiciary Committee said the Election Integrity Partnership, I'm sorry, I can't say that with a straight face. The Election Integrity Partnership was created to censor speech from conservatives leading up to the 2020 election. And that goes right back to what we're talking about with Crowder, with Steven Crowder, where he's being censored on YouTube because of the whole manifesto conversation.
Well, and this Stanford stuff is an interesting part to it. There's a guy by the name of Joseph Tsai. He's a Taiwanese-Canadian billionaire, right? He's also the co-founder of a Chinese multinational technology company, Alibaba Group. He owns the Brooklyn Nets of the NBA, the New York Liberty of the Women's Basketball Association, yada, yada, yada. Well, his wife, so this guy is a Chinese national. His wife is on the advisory board for Stanford University.
Oh, look at that. Really?
There's always a weird connection, right?
Well, you know what it feels like? It feels a little swampy. That's what it feels like. Swampy.
Yeah.
All right.
Swampy commies.
Swampy commies on the next Chris Hand Show, which is coming up after 9. And also coming up, we have Matt Murphy at noon and Brian Wilson later today at 3. It's all right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.